Yeah. We won't bow down. Yeah. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway always built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one, the voices rise till the whole thing can't disguise. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down.
What it do, guys? It's your boy, the Juice. As you all know, my name is Troy Bradshaw, but I go by the Juice. Big welcomes, guys. Big welcomes to those of you guys tuning in. It's been a minute, man. Feels like it has. I think it's only been a day or two since I last went live. My intentions were to go live last night, but kind of fell asleep. So I missed y'all, though. I missed you guys. Man, it's been a lot going on. It seems like just within a day, right? We were all kind of just waiting for the interview room to go live, or we were waiting for Sunday. As we all know, Chris McDonough from the interview room came out here. What was it? I don't know, man. It sounded like he was here for like a week. Said he was here like, I think 5-6 days or something like that. So yeah, we definitely got to talk about that today. It was actually a great stream. I mean, I think he got up to like 23,000 people or something like that. What a good stream, man. It's an interesting video from Monk today. So we'll probably share that too, of course. Wow, what a day, what a day. And I'm not going to lie, in the beginning, I was like, where are you going with this, Chris? Like, come on, bro, hurry up. Like, we've been waiting last 2 days for this, 3 days. But it was a good video. It turned out to be a good video. A lot of the stuff, and I was glad he came out here because a lot of the stuff that he covered, we've covered like all of that stuff. And we've been trying to tell people, we've been trying to kind of wake everybody up to it, right? Alex and I, JLR started with him, 857 and all the other streamers that's been out here, DGL. I mean, we've been trying to tell folks, you know, what's been going on in the neighborhood and something, you know, the fact that something's not right. So much to talk about tonight, guys. I got to say hello to the folks in the chat, man. Big welcome. Those of y'all tuned in, by the way. Crystal, welcome. Good seeing you. Connie, welcome back. Man, good seeing all y'all. Superfly, Pretty Kooky, F Flower, man, welcome, man. How y'all doing? Hope everybody had a good Father's Day. For those that are fathers out there, you know, for those who have fathers, or, you know, even those that, you know, have fathers that are no longer here, whatever that may be, happy Father's Day. I had a pretty chill day. I didn't do nothing crazy. I just kind of wanted to hang out, kick back with the family at home for Father's Day. I did get a shirt, though, from my daughter. She got me a shirt. Let's see if you guys can see the shirt. Let's see. Can't really see it all that good. Yeah, so shouts to my daughter for the shirt. Then I got a gift from my girlfriend. I'll show you guys this. So it's kind of a lot, guys. It's actually it's a really good gift. We'll start with it's like a tripod or something like that. And well, it's kind of a lot in one, to be honest. Well, I guess I can't show you guys, but it's a whole bunch of equipment. So when we get back on the ground, and you know, I can't wait to put this bad stuff to use. It's like it's a lot. I mean, it's kind of like a little body cam thing, like a tripod. I think it's for a setup for the GoPro. She got me a GoPro. The best part about it is this expensive GoPro. So this is gonna be great pretty soon to put to use. So I can't wait to use this GoPro. So shout out to my girlfriend for the GoPro. I've always wanted one of these for years. So I'm excited to use it. Actually, I might actually use it here at home. I don't know. On the computer too, but you could do all kind of things with the GoPro. I know you guys are familiar with the GoPro, so probably one of the best Father's Day gifts I've gotten. Probably the most expensive too. So kudos to her. That was awesome gift. But other than that, it was a chill day. Yeah, like I said, I didn't really do much at all. Happy Father's Day to Criminal Network as well as 857. I know those guys are dads. Adam from Patriot Pride spoke to all of those guys except for 857 today. But happy Father's Day to those guys that you know, have been hanging out well with me at Nancy's, and you know, the friends that I have that I interact with pertaining to specifically this, and even outside of stream now. So shouts to them. Just had to say that. I wanted to finish kind of saying hello to those of y'all, then we'll kind of kick right into it here. Jilly Bear, big welcomes, by the way. Judy, welcome. Good to see you. See Shelly, Angel in the chat here. Good seeing y'all, guys. Of course, we won't be able to say hello to everybody, but we'll kind of do that along the way here. Barbara, welcome. Thanks so much for becoming a member, by the way. Shouts to Barbara here. Welcome to the family, Barbara. Sheesh, Lori, how you doing? She says, great song. Hi to Juice in chat. 3:39 a.m. here in Ohio. Dang, I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. You guys know I'm a night owl. I like to be up late, so. But it's okay, because I look forward to being active now, you know, during the day too, pretty soon. So it's only temporary, guys. We'll definitely be, you know, I'm sure out on the ground again soon, or even stream at home during the day sometimes too. But for now, we'll keep it at night. It's because it works out better. The house is quiet. It's not a whole lot of loud noise and, you know, background noise. So we'll keep it on the late night tip just for now. Bruce Davis, good seeing you, by the way. Susie says, stay strong. How you doing, Susie? Much love to all you guys for all the love and support. Alice says, 100% support your juice. Alex, Tucson 857, much love. We appreciate that. It felt really good to hear Chris from the interview room supporting us and just understanding everything. Man, I felt real good. Felt real good to hear that, and we'll play one of those clips in a minute. We got to talk a little bit about that. Actually, a lot about that, because there's just so many good things that he touched up on. It's not even funny. It took a little while though, because I'm like, man, we went through all this already. We talked about all of this stuff, man. What is he doing? But you know, he finally got there. Connie, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships, by the way. Much love, Connie. I appreciate it. God bless you, man. You're always gifting the memberships here too. Wow. Insane. We got 5 new members thanks to Connie, Lori. It looks like, is it Gail? I want to say Gail. Carol and Trish, as well as Brad, are now officially members, along with Bruce Davis. Much love. Welcome to the family, guys. Welcome to the team. You're now officially members, all thanks to Connie. Wow. Insane. Well, we are just getting started here. Before we kind of take off, of course, you know, I would like to start it off with a prayer here. I had a few things I wanted to get together here, but I was just running out of time. And I was trying to align the porch guy with, um, so I was trying to line up just kind of how Monks did it. I shared it the other day. I shared it on X. So Monks had a picture that he had posted, and it was the porch guy video, the guy in the porch guy video standing next to the still photo that we've been questioning whether or not it's two different people, whether or not they're the same build, same height. We've just been pointing out little things that we find different, like the shoes. I think that's one of the most talked about thing when it comes to that still photo. I thought I had it here. I was gonna pull it up, the one that Monks had posted, but I guess I must have deleted it. Actually, I think I do. Let's see if I could pull it up here for y'all. So Monks had did this here, and it kind of puts them next to each other, but I really realized after I was trying to do it, it's very, very hard to do because you would have to put them in the exact same spot that that guy's in, holding the strub, if it's two different people, which is difficult. So it kind of makes it difficult to put them together. So I was trying to do that, or actually not together, side by side. And I found it very difficult. I didn't realize how hard it was until I tried it, and I'm like, oh God. So I'll work on that in the future, but it was just difficult to put that porch guy right next to the other guy. I was trying, I couldn't get it. It's just very difficult to make them stand side by side to see whether or not one or the other is taller. But I did make it a little bit more clear by doing an AI version just to have a much more clearer picture, but I still got the regular one as well. And let me see if I could pull that up just real quick before we dive into a prayer here. Where's that regular one at? So this is the normal one, and I kind of try to put them together as well, but it's just too hard, guys. It's too difficult to do. It's not too hard. I guess it's not possible, but I had a hard time doing it. So in the future, hopefully we're able to put them like really actually put one of those, both of them right next to each other so we can maybe compare the heights. I'd like to see if one's taller than the other. But seeing them like that, like now, you could definitely tell that they're for certain. Um, like the shoes, you can kind of it makes it easier to kind of compare and point out what's different. For sure, with the porch guy on the left, I think he definitely has a bigger belly. I mean, that thing is poking out like no other. So hard to say though, I guess, right? Got an interesting note for y'all. I gotta show y'all. I think JLR had posted it, but and which is what I should have did, but I figured I'd save it for the live. That was left at Nancy's house. We had an interesting caller call the other day who said that they knew Annie and Tommaso. And I'll kind of touch up on that a bit. I spoke to the person for a little bit, but I didn't get to speak with them. I was supposed to call them back, but I ended up not. So maybe I will, maybe I won't. It wasn't very good information, guys, and nothing against her, but I guess it wasn't a conversation that I really was interested in at the same time. So maybe another time. But anywho, in the meantime, let's go ahead and start it off with a prayer here for Nancy. Feel free to join me if you'd like. I was trying to find the memorial site. You guys know I like to pull that thing up, but I don't see it. I don't know why I don't have a picture of the memorial site. But anyway, feel free to join me for a prayer. We'll start off with a quick prayer, then we'll just kind of dive into everything here. Prayer for Nancy, guys. Dear Heavenly Father, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity and time to get on stream tonight, and conversate and continue to put the awareness out there and Nancy's name out there, and just continue to make effortless efforts into, getting closer to cracking this case and bringing closure for the Guthrie family, and just simply the opportunity to just be blessed to have all these wonderful people a part of the channel. Just pray that you keep us all safe, continue to watch over all of us, YouTubers, streamers, even, the people in the media world in general. Also, the sheriff, anybody. I appreciate and enjoy everybody's company, Father, and I continue that. I hope we are able to continue in the way that we are. Just been so blessed to be supported and have so many people standing with us all. In dear Jesus' name, amen. Amen. And if we can, we'll just take a brief moment of silence here for Nancy. Sound like we were muted. I thought we were muted. I was about to say, oh no. We're good though. Everybody's saying amen, so they heard me loud and clear. Whew. I was about to say, we're going to have to start the stream all over again. I thought I had a slide here, but this is not a slide, I guess. Oh well. The pictures were supposed to change, but it didn't. Anyways, guys, Chris got on today. And boy, did he have some interesting things to say, interesting points. I'm so glad he came out here. And it seems like he's going to come back. Chris is probably going to be back here. And I'm going to play the clip. I'm not even going to try to say word for word everything that he said. There are a couple things that he did mention, though, that I guess I could mention. There has been one person on my mind lately, and I don't know why. I think a couple people have called me and talked about him too. Clay Crouch. I don't know why. And if you haven't heard of Clay Crouch, he's a neighbor of Nancy's. He's pretty much right across the street. If you're standing outside Nancy's door, it would be to the left, right across for the most part from the Jim folks' house. He is, he's got a criminal history of burglary and kidnapping charges. He came under the spotlight for a little while as far as the Nancy Guthrie case. And then we just kind of didn't really talk about him much. We kind of bring him up every now and then. I think at one point in time, they also discovered that Crouch and Sheriff Nanos were friends on Facebook. Don't quote me on it. I'm not too sure if it's 100% true or not. I think I might have been JLR. Maybe it was JLR that may have discovered that he and Nanos were, friends on Facebook. And I'm like, wow, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. But, like I said, don't quote me on it. I don't know if it's true, but that's what I heard. Now, I don't know. But if they are, that's really, really suspicious, right? And I'm not saying it's Clay Crouch. I just figured, we'll talk about it tonight, because the last time I talked about him, I had heard that he was still in prison. Now, I don't know if Clay Crouch is out or he's in prison. From what I saw online, he was released on in December 2025, which is just a couple of months before Nancy went missing. Again, not saying it's him, don't know, but I did hear that, he and Nanos are friends. I put together like a little, not a sketch, but it was, what I did was I put the mask on Clay just to kind of see if there was, any similarities, from him and the perp. The lips, the one things that you can see, the eyes, the eyebrows. For whatever reason, I've always thought that the perp was white. Clay is white. Okay. I don't think he's any other nationality, but I could be wrong. Not only that, I've always felt like Porch Guy has like blue eyes or like green eyes. I don't really feel like he has brown eyes, although it's very tough to tell in the video, especially a black and white one, right? But this is Clay Crouch. This is what he looks like. If you guys don't know or you're not familiar with what he looks like, that's him. And then I also put a mask on Mr. Crouch just to see how he looked, just to kind of compare him, to the Porch Guy. And I'll also put him next to the Porch Guy, just so people could kind of get an idea of what those two look like together. But I guess we won't do that right this minute. But interesting. I mean, I haven't really looked at Clay Crouch at all. I don't know. I really can't call it, folks. But that's Crouch. Yes, that's correct. Is it Boudica? Block the haters and chat yourself. Olivia, big welcomes, by the way. Just do you see any mods in chat? I do not. It's all good. Why? What's going on? What's going down in the town? Looks like we're okay. What? Everybody's seems pretty chill so far. I don't know. I didn't catch anything because I didn't see chat, but somebody arguing in chat. Anyways, we'll keep an eye. I'll keep an eye on it. Does he have information, a record that's public information to see? The only information that I saw, because I didn't look up his public, record, was the fact that he had burglary and kidnapping charges. Yeah, so that's pretty much all I know about Clay. I didn't really do a bunch of research on him. All I did was type it in Google, and that's the first thing that came up in regards to Clay. Patriot Pride, big welcomes, man. Good to see you, Patriot Pride. Patriot Pride in the building. But I think he's got a lot of similarities to Porch Guy. I'm not saying that he is the guy. I don't know if he is or not. It's very difficult to say who Porch Guy is. It kind of can, and this is going to be kind of a twisty stream because we're going to kind of talk about a little bit of everything. And, when we're talking about other people and what they think, obviously a lot of other people's theories and thoughts are different too. So that's why it's you kind of circle anything and everything for the most part anyways, right? Because, you got one person that thinks it's Tommaso, I go back and forth with everybody. At least for the ones that I think that are the closest to what the, perp actually looks like. I guess I could pull up a comparison of Clay. I guess I gotta find it. So give me time and we'll we'll compare the two. But I don't have a picture up just this minute. So you'll have to wait till I get a picture up here. I do have one, but I don't have the other one that I want to put next to the actual photo of Clay and the actual perp. But there's one. But the one that I would like to see is not that one. Because there's another one that kind of shows the lips. You get to see the lips a little bit better than you do in this picture. but it's very difficult to see the eyes, the color of the eyes. But looking at the, the outline of the eyes, the eyebrows are fairly close, right? They're fairly close. Clay Crouch. I don't know why this one kind of went over my head. I never really talked much about Clay Crouch at all. Crimson says, I think the mustache on the perp are drawn on. Interesting. It almost does look like it, right? Because they don't really, it doesn't align like a regular mustache. I know when you get older, you start to lose hair, but I don't feel like the perp is that age yet. I think the perp is like anywhere between like 40 and 48, that in between that. I don't think he's over 40. And I could be wrong. Let's just be on the safe side, in between about 53 and like 40. In that gap. I don't think he's any older than 40 or 50 years old. Porch guy is definitely in either his early 40s or possibly 50 or late 40s. But I don't know. It's hard to say because that guy did really good covering himself up. I still question whether or not it's a mask. That's the difficult part for me. Very hard to make out whether or not Porch guy's got on a mask. I hope Troy sees that JLR wants him and Damien to come on his show. They raised over $10,000 for Alex's lawyer in 3 hours. Oh, and I forgot to mention that. Congrats to Alex reaching his goal, exceeding the goal. Yeah, Alex is, I think he's actually at 13,000. I think his goal was at 15,000, but he lowered it to 10. But it looks like he's getting closer to the first original goal that he had. So, shouts to Alex, man. Good job, you guys. I mean, I've already gone on there. I was already on the show. I think he's gonna try to get Damien on there next. So, which is 857. So, yeah, I think he's the last one that he wants to get on there. But Alex did raise up to 13,000. Man, shouts to Alex, man. Looks like he's about to. It looks like he's gonna reach that goal of 15K. So, and that's good because we want him to obviously get himself a good lawyer, as well as Damien. Running Riot says a Kalela guy 857 had put a mask on him, and it looked like the perp had a bump up by the top of his nose, close to his eye. Kalela looks to have one as well. Yeah, the thing is with that too is if that's a cyst, that's long gone for now. You know what I'm saying? That's long gone. So on X, if you go on my channel, you could see all of the links for the Gifts and Goes. For those of you guys asking about that, I think Damien's at about 3,000 right now, and I think his goal is 7,000. So he's got a little bit of a lower goal than Alex and I. And right now he's currently at $3,200. So it's getting up there. He's getting up there. But I think once he goes on JLR's show, it'll be, he'll overexceed for sure, by far. JLR's got a lot of supporters. I've overexceeded as well. I'm probably going to get ready to take mine down pretty soon. Obviously, we're going to try to get a lawyer sometime. Still have yet to get one. This kind of fell into the weekend anyway, so this will probably what I'll be doing all week. So I don't know how active I'll be on stream and whatnot because I got a lot of work to do. But I overexceeded as well. and I'm currently at 11,000 myself. But yeah, I think I'll be getting ready to take this down pretty soon. We got to. But Adrian had posted all three of us on X here, so you feel free to go over to X. Shout out to Adrian. She's always helping out and putting things together. She actually made all the thumbnails that I have. So yeah, chime in over there on X if you want to go over there to the Gibson Goes. Go help out 857. 857. He's trying to reach his goal. Alex and I have already reached our goals. You know, we don't know what we're gonna need lawyer-wise. Who knows? It's probably gonna end up being more than what our goals are. I'm assuming. I'm pretty sure. Because in all actuality, we're probably gonna need 2 attorneys. I don't know how everything is gonna play out, guys. I'm all new to this stuff. But between getting stuff like, you know, discoveries or FOIAs and, you know, body cam footage and all that stuff, it's gonna add up pretty quick. And then lawyer fees to go with it. Who knows? I don't know what to expect here. It's all new to me, so I'm learning pretty much along the way. I'm trying to get ahead of the game and learn some things. That's why it's good to have Juanita around, because she's been just kind of keeping me informed on stuff and enlightening me. She's just been educating me. I've been learning a lot, so we'll figure it out. But go over to 857, help that guy out. I think he's going to get a whole lot of help from JLR, though, so I'm really not too worried about it. Thanks so much for the gifted jewels, April. I appreciate it. I was just trying to kind of conversate with the chat here before we kind of get moving here. FOIA videos are $40 and up. Good to know. Nick is great to help. Is great to help too. To help with what? 857 is a good person, period. I agree, Turk. I appreciate y'all. Freddie says we got your back, man. You guys do. The community has had our back a ton, and I'm highly grateful and thankful for that, and blessed to have all you guys having our backs, man. It's been awesome. Beautiful Sunflower, thanks so much for becoming a member of the channel. Welcome, beautiful Sunflower. So Chris was on today, and he gave me a really good idea. And one of those things that he mentioned was pretty much, you know, going out and trying to gather information by talking to, you know, the people in the homeless areas. And it was crazy because his idea of having people remember you, I thought was a good idea. He was saying that, you know, he'd go up to, you know, let's just say a homeless person and say, here's my card. And then he'd give them the card, and the card will say my card. And I thought that was an interesting point to bring up, to having, you know, people remember you out there. But just taking him up on the idea that he had, I think I'm going to take him up on it and go for it and just try it. I mean, and see how it goes. One of the parks that he visited was Estevan Park. And that park is about 5 minutes from me. Well, just to be on the safe side, to be for sure, it's about 7 minutes. That's about how long it takes for me to get from my house to Nancy's house. So I'm right in the middle, which is crazy. And he explained how close that park is from Annie's job. And it was pretty close. I mean, it's right there. He didn't break it down mileage wise. He broke it down in feet, is what it showed, and it looks like it's about 1,000 feet from where Annie is, or where she works, or Annie's studio. And I thought that was rather interesting. So we might just be back on the ground soon. We might go for it, print up some pictures, maybe print up some cards, get out there and start digging for some answers. He brought up that one of the things that Nanos has been doing that I realized it, but once he really kind of said it and broke it down, he was saying that Nanos has pretty much eliminated all of the places that we could go to pretty much kind of dig up answers or gather information, or he's made the effort to. And thinking about that, I realized that a long time ago, because remember, he's been working at getting rid of all of us and it started with making the street, I think, a one-way. And then following that, and there's been a whole bunch of other things I'm probably not even going to mention, the parking signs. And then it just got worse from there, along with everything going on with people like the Cajun Navy reaching out, trying to offer their help, and he's declining that. He's pretty much eliminated any big opportunity to get closer to finding Nancy. And I'm like, it didn't click until Chris really said that today. And I'm like, wow. And by doing what he did, I mean, he was only here for like 5-6 days. And I'm like, this guy was able to dig up quite a bit in just a little bit of time that he was here. And he said he'd be back. So I thought that was interesting. But I'm going to play this clip just real quick here. And he had a really strong message for KVOA and Sheriff Nanos, for the most part, to me. So I'm going to play this, and y'all tell me what y'all think about the message. And I know probably a majority of you guys watched the interview room today. I hope so. But if you didn't, I encourage you guys to go watch it. I like the way he kept it short. Normally his streams is, I think a lot of his streams are normally at least about almost 4 hours. So today he kind of kept it short. It looks like we're going to be expecting 2 more parts of this as well. So, man, we'll definitely be watching the next part of what he dug up while he was out here.
Takeaway.
And along with that, I would say,
I mean, it was really good.
Local media.
He started off at Circle K too, by the way, and we already did that. A lot of the stuff that he's done, that he did out here, we pretty much covered for the most part. So, anyway, let's chime in on this thoughts here.
Takeaway.
And
along with
let me see if I even have
that,
sound.
I would say local media in Tucson needs to be asking the Pima County Sheriff.
I think I have the sound off. Hold on. No, I think it's on. Why do I have no sound? This happened to me earlier. Hold on, guys, because I don't hear anything at all.
It's necessary. You cannot ignore it.
Why don't I hear sound? We had sound earlier. I don't know what happened.
You cannot ignore it. Karen, thoughts? Takeaway?
And along with
Hold on, guys. My apology. I don't know how we don't have any sound here all of a sudden.
We won't bow down. Yeah. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through. And I see who they are.
All right, we're good.
Porch lights on the same old block. Same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong.
I was wondering what happened there. Alex will need more because of his charges. Maybe. I don't know. They might end up dropping his charges. Who knows? We don't know how everything is going to play out, but they might end up getting dropped. For the nuisance one that he had got, I mean, maybe they won't drop the felony one. I'm hopeful that they will. For the nuisance charge that Alex had got, that didn't, they gave him that charge for a different day. Because he wasn't there the day that that rule or law, however you want to say it, had, fell into place. So that might just get dropped, that whole interaction that day. Well, I don't know about, the day where he, interacted with or they came and arrested him the second time. But that's the day he picked up the felony. I think that they, who knows? They might end up dropping all of our charges for all we know. But for the first charge, I think the nuisance one it wasn't a rule the day for whatever day they picked up on that they're giving him the charge for. So I don't know. I don't know, guys. We'll see. We'll see. But who knows what we're gonna need, guys? We don't even know any of that yet. I mean, all of these guys probably know better than I am because I've never been in a situation where I've had to get a lawyer. But we'll see. We'll see, guys. We'll just see. You guys will know because if we end up needing more help, I'm sure we'll have to reach out at some point. But I think we'll be okay.
Hang out.
So this right here is the park that Chris went out to when he was out here. Estevan Park. I go by this park all the time. I don't go there, but I go by this park. And there's been a lot of, every time I go by this park, this is a park specifically really for the homeless. It's not a park where you're likely to see a whole bunch of kids out there playing or, playing basketball because there's a basketball court. This is not a place where people go, and hang out at the park. It's really mainly for the homeless people. And you can kind of see the tents, but it's quite far away picture, so it's hard to see everything. But right across the street from here is the Salvation Army. Now, Salvation Army is a place for shelter for the homeless for the most part, or people just falling behind in life and they need a place to go and stay till they get their things together. That's kind of what the Salvation Army is. And they do a lot of other things too, like donate, help with clothing. They do a lot. But I never thought in my mind to go here. Now, there's another place just down the street that I was going to show you guys as well.
And that,
which, it has a whole lot more. Why is it playing? My headphones are playing out of or my sound all of a sudden is playing from my speaker and not the headphones. We're just, did my headphones get unplugged or something? I don't even see them. Oh boy, we got problems here. It's like they disconnected and disappeared. I don't even see the setting for them to plug them back up or turn them back on. This is weird. That is interesting. We're having trouble tonight, aren't we? How does that happen?
I wanted to find out.
It just disappeared. And my headphones are all plugged in. Or are they not? They're not. It's showing that they're off. Weird. Are they broken? They're completely plugged in and nothing's happening. And I don't have a backup headphone, so that wouldn't be good. Well, I could do Bluetooth, I guess, but we're not trying to do that at all. Chat? It's just my day, right? It's not my day, is it? Nah, we'll be fine. But if these things aren't lighting up, that means they're not working, so it's kind of really odd to me. I probably might need to plug them back in. unplug them and then plug them back in because they're really not working. So give me a second. The weirdest thing. That's the weirdest thing, dude. I mean, they just shut off on me out of nowhere. All right, I think we're golden now. All right, so let me play this video from Chris real quick before we have any more trouble that we don't want tonight. Strong, powerful message from Chris, and I really needed to hear this message that he sent today. Really needed to hear this, man. It felt good to hear this.
And shaking the trees. It's necessary. You cannot ignore it. You cannot ignore it. Karen, thoughts, takeaway?
And along with that, I would say local media in Tucson needs to be asking the Pima County Sheriff, why? Well, have you done this? And if you haven't, why not? And continue to press them and ask questions about, have you looked at this park? What are you doing in terms of trying to find the suspect? To really, again, keep it focused and obviously understanding that this is a theory. Of course, nobody knows where exactly Porch Guy is or who he is. But until we find out, this has to be one of the things that the police investigate, the sheriff's department investigate, and that local media needs to be putting pressure on the Pima County Sheriff and asking him why or why not this area has been part of the investigation.
KVOA, you need to do your job as journalist. You need to ask Nanos the hard questions, and you need to put Nancy Guthrie a priority, not your own political agenda for the next story. We went by your spot and we saw the banner and everything going there. And we know there are notes in front of Nancy's house telling everybody to deliver the information to your place. We also know you had a heads up that YouTubers were going to be arrested. Before they were arrested, shame on you for not doing your job. When I'm back in town, by the way, I will be, but you won't know when, and I ring your doorbell, I'm going to ask you the hard questions on camera. The ones you won't ask the sheriff because of your own political gain, because you want to play nice, because you're local, and Nancy Guthrie in probably a month or two will be old news, i.e. the story doesn't have legs. Well, guess what? We've been there, done that. And you owe it to your community to do the right thing on behalf of Nancy Guthrie, not on behalf of a sheriff who's stonewalling the community, hoping this goes away. So we're going to shift the goalpost and take it to Tucson. Are you going to do the same thing over there? You should be ashamed of yourself as calling yourself journalist. It's not right. You have a family who's suffering, and you have a sheriff who's stalling. And dismantling a police department or a sheriff's department who can go out and get things done. When they find her, I believe they will, or they find the suspect, shame on you for not doing the right thing. You took an oath of ethics as a journalist, and you know who I'm talking about. because you had a heads up. And I know that for a fact. That they were going to go out and start arresting people in front of Nancy's house. And you did nothing about it but come out and do a story right after the arrest. And when the civil attorneys call me, I'll give them my sources. And then you guys can get your own attorneys. It's wrong. Let me grab
has to be a part of the investigation.
as journalist.
Oh, we're muted.
You need
Guys, you didn't miss nothing, but I'm going to play this again because I want to hear this one more time. Thanks, Patriot Pride. I think he was calling me, telling me I was muted. Juanita's like, you're muted, you're muted. What are you doing? When Chris said all of this, though, guys, I was like, yes, yes, yes. I mean, he was right on the money. I mean, all of those pinpoints that he hit, I was like, you know what? I could never find the words like he could to say these, you know, to say what he said. And then, you know, obviously Chris understands a whole lot more than we do. But I mean, and this is one reason why I look up to this guy, is because that's one goal that I have for myself. And that would be the way he articulates his word selection, you know, how he gets to what he's saying. I mean, he's an older gentleman, so sometimes, you know, you obviously got to be a little patient, because that's what we had to be in the beginning of this whole thing, right? Sounds back, we're good. I accidentally forgot to mute the mic because we were unmuted because we were listening to that. But guys, I gotta hear that. I gotta hear this just one more time. Just one more time.
And as part of the investigation.
as journalist. You need to ask Nanos the hard questions, and you need to put Nancy Guthrie a priority, not your own political agenda for the
My
next
apology,
story.
guys. I'm gonna get a drink.
We went by your spot and we saw the banner and everything going there. And we know there are notes in front of Nancy's house telling everybody to deliver the information to your place. We also know you had a heads up that YouTubers were going to be arrested before they were arrested.
So they already were doing their report before we were even booked. Before we were even booked into jail, Monica was out on the road doing what we were just told not to do, reporting this all.
Shame on you for not doing your job. When I'm back in town, by the way, I will be, but you won't know when, and I ring your doorbell, I'm going to ask you the hard questions on camera. The ones you won't ask the sheriff because of your own political gain.
I love the way Sheriff Nanos and Monica seem like they're super close, like they have this real good relationship, because you kind of noticed that when they did that last interview and Monica's got like her hand on the table and they're like really close together, like if they just have this really, really close relationship. And Chris pointed out that they don't ask the hard questions. And I think that's one of the reasons why Sheriff Nanos is so comfortable doing interviews and stuff with them, because he knows that they're not going to ask, questions that are going to put him at risk. They're not going to put him in a position to where, he's going to mess up or be criticized for whatever he's saying.
Because you want to play nice, because you're local, and Nancy Guthrie in probably a month or two will be old news, i.e. the story doesn't have legs. Well, guess what? We've been there, done that. And you owe it to your community to do the right thing on behalf of Nancy Guthrie, not on behalf of a sheriff who's stonewalling the community, hoping this goes away. So we're going to shift the goalpost and take it to Tucson. Are you going to do the same thing over there? You should be ashamed of yourself as calling yourself journalist. It's not right. You have a family who's suffering, and you have a sheriff who's stalling. And dismantling a police department or a sheriff's department who can go out and get things done. When they find her, I believe they will, or they find the suspect, shame on you.
So this, to me, this explains why, when he mentioned the fact that, the sheriff, dismantled all the places that people can go for information, all of the teams that could have been, that dug up information and do their job, he's dismantled from working that specific area. And I think this explains why he put inexperienced detectives on this, on this in the very beginning. Everything is odd. If you think about it, thinking about everything is odd. And that's the reason why we smell it. We smelt it right away. It's one thing after the next, after the next, after the next. How long are you going to put your own self at risk? How long? Why are you going to keep doing this? I mean, this guy obviously isn't very smart, because he keeps doing the little things to the people that are trying to help, rather than trying to help this case and doing the things that he should be doing as an officer, which is kind of crazy. Somebody in chat said that they think Monica and Nanos are messing around. I don't think that. Now, I wouldn't go that far, but they do seem like they're very close. And I think it's almost like KVOA is desperate for content. It's like they're desperate, to get some type of attention over there. Maybe that news station is falling apart, and they need to get some good content to kind of get their news station back to par. I don't know. I'm confused why KVOA is even doing this. It's almost like it's starting to make people wonder whether or not they're a part of Nanos's thing he has going on. Shirley, thanks so much for the $20 super chat. She says, for your court fund, God bless you. Much love, Shirley. I appreciate the love and support. Shout Shirley. Tammy says they're screwing around. Guys, you guys really think Sheriff Nanos and Monica are messing around outside? I don't know about that. But something's going on, something's definitely going on, guys. We definitely smell something in the air, and we've smelt it from day one. And, I would only hope, and it's hard to believe, I guess nothing's hard to believe at this point, that KVOA would be playing a part in all of this. it's like everywhere you go, you know, Nanos has got his, you know, his hand in the pie somehow, some way. I don't know. But for whatever reason, this guy is powerful, more powerful than we think is what he said. And he does. I mean, he scares me sometimes, you know, but we can't let him keep doing this. We got to stand up. It's time to not be scared anymore. It's time to do what it takes. And we're going to keep doing that regardless. We're not going to let this guy get in the way. And it's all coming to light. It's all coming to light. It's finally all starting to come to light, and we're getting closer. We're simply getting closer. Now, Chris wasn't saying that the perp was homeless. You know, when he was talking about going to homeless places, he was saying that there's, you know, like a criminal element to it, that the porch guy is too well dressed, you know, to be a homeless guy, you know. The goal of doing that is, what he said was pretty much finding a connection to a connection, if that makes sense. And you do that by talking to people. And that was a lot of our intent by being out there in front of Nancy's. Not just our First Amendment rights, you know, not just there to, you know, like people call us grifters, to make money or bring in revenue is how you would word it properly. But, you know, we wanted to keep her name out there, simply keep her name out there. And by doing that, we visit there, we stream from home, we talk to people. Those are the things that we do to dig up a little bit of information. And day by day, people don't realize it, but you get closer to figuring things out, to figuring what's connecting to what. Or, you know, it's just something that has been working. All right. It's worked. It's working. It's working. And people are finally starting to see what the intent was. They're finally starting to see it. Chris sees it. They're finally starting to see it. So, I mean, it's good to know, you know, he's on our side. It's a wonderful feeling because he's somebody who knows the law. He knows his rights. And he also has a lot of good resources and, you know, people that have been on his platform that he's well connected to, that he can get information from. You guys saw it. Chris Cross was on his platform. I want to say, or Aaron Cross was on his platform a couple times, at least once from what I saw. And we questioned whether or not, you know, he got little hints from Aaron, you know, maybe Aaron was able to give him a little bit of information, you know. But I feel like something struck Chris when he saw us getting arrested, and he was, you know, he's like, you know what, I got to get down there. But it was amazing to see Chris go through the neighborhood, and everything that he saw and he was saying, we've all said it from day one. From day one. And somebody with a background like his and the experience that he has, it was like, man, you really feel what we feel when we're there. It's a different feeling than when you're at home simply talking about it. But once you get on the ground and you're in front of Nancy's and you get to drive through that neighborhood at nighttime and during the day, you start to really realize a lot. And one of the things that he realized was, this person really knows this place. You got to know. You really have to know this neighborhood. He did mention that there were, you know, 2 ways into Nancy's, but it depends on how, you know, what he was specifically talking about, because really there's 3. You can go in from Lazzarella, you can go in from Marival, and you can also go in from Ganada, or I think it's Ganada, if I'm saying the name right. It's the street where they've got a couple houses up for rent, and I think it was a couple that lived in one of them, maybe 3 guys that lived in one of them. I can't remember. But there are several ways into the neighborhood, but there are about 3 ways that you can enter to get to Escalante, which is Nancy Guthrie Street. And, you know, you really got to know that neighborhood. You do. You have to know that neighborhood, even with a GPS. I mean, Brian Ensign said it. Even with a GPS, you tend to get lost in that neighborhood. It's kind of crazy. It really is. And Nancy's house it's so deep into the neighborhood that right away, once you start passing so many houses that are much nicer than hers, you'll start to realize like this house was definitely picked, because it's way too deep into the neighborhood for somebody to just stumble across and say, hey, this might be a good house to hit. No, it don't work like that. But anyways, Monk did a video today. And all praise to Chris. Shouts to Chris, by the way. Much love to Chris and his wife for putting this together. And we can't wait till you guys get back and dig up more information, by the way. But Mr. Monk Intrigue did a video today, and I don't know if I'll play it, but I will share it with you guys. And it's only 11 minutes long, and we got plenty of time, but I don't know if I'm going to play it. Monk had talked about the nose, and he talked about where the bridge of the nose starts, and then it kind of drops down. I think Monk Intrigues talks, well, I think he thinks that the family is involved. I think he's more on the Tommaso Annie type thing. I think he thinks that it's them that have something to do with it. Real quick, Chris did mention, I'm going to go back to Chris just real quick. Chris had mentioned there being a letter. Okay, so there was a letter that was left, and I don't know when that letter was. And I think Juanita was the one who saw that letter, outside of Nancy's house. Again, don't know who left it. Don't know who's doing this. I just know that it's not the family. At least I don't think it's the family. So I'm going to show you guys this note just real quick. If you feel like you can make out what the letter says, then feel free to let me know in the chat. I can't make out what the top portion says. But obviously from where it says memorial, I can read everything down from that point, and hopefully you guys can read it as well. I'll make it a little bit bigger. That way it's just more visible for everybody to try to make out the words here. But that was the letter that was just recently left outside Nancy's house. At the bottom, it reads, from Pima County, the Guthrie family, or the CFA to leave items here. Please kindly take your unwelcome surveillance and personal publicity show to the Guthrie Memorial Site at KVOA. That's what Chris was talking about. But I don't know who left the letter there. I'm questioning that. I almost think I don't even think Sue Ellen left that there. But according to the letter, it seems like people are still going by, and they are still trying to leave flowers in front of Nancy's house. I don't think that'll ever die. No matter what they do, I think people will always and forever still go by there and bring flowers. Somebody asking me to read it? Gym lady? But it's almost like who wrote it didn't know how to write. You know what I'm saying? That's littering. Neighbors, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. June says I don't put anything past Sue Ellen. Yeah. So you guys think that was written proper? I guess it's hard to say because you can't see, you can't read the top part. I guess it was for the most part pretty proper, I guess. I mean, it says you have not received approval from Pima County, the Guthrie family, or the CFA. But see, why would they put that? Because first of all, you wouldn't need approval from Pima County to leave flowers in front of somebody's house that they own. Not only that, why would you need approval from the CFA either? You know, I think it would just be pretty much simply the Guthrie family's decision. And yeah, I would have to disagree as far as it being written proper. I'm just saying because some people think it's written well, but I don't think so. Sounds like somebody cooked this up and then dropped it off. And why is it yellow? Why does it look yellow? Some interesting paper. Can't think of a mail that would print on yellow paper. So I don't know who took this paper. I apologize, guys. I don't think it was Juanita. I think it was somebody else who went by and took this picture. So we're gonna retract that. I apologize, folks. It was not Juanita. Very sad. I know. Very sad. It's terrible. It's terrible. But anyway, I figured I'd share that with you guys. I don't know, why whoever that was made the effort to put that there. I mean, and why is it somebody's business whether or not, people are coming out and leaving flowers? It has to be a neighbor. It has to be a neighbor because nobody else is going to, nobody else from the outside is going to go about their way to do that unless somebody's trolling and they want to keep things in the air and twist everybody's head up. Monks did a video, and I'm going to just show a little bit of it because I think it'll make more sense in regards to the bridge. There's a bridge on the nose that he's talking about that from that point, the nose kind of drops down. And I thought it was interesting, and I'll show you guys a picture of who I think he thinks it is. But this is the picture, and he kind of sketched it. Well, he didn't kind of, he did. He sketched out the face of the, perp in the actual video. And I'll go back a little bit here because he's kind of explaining, what he thinks as far as the nose. And he also points out something else that's very interesting as well. I think I recall June saying that she could see a face in that still photo as well. There's a still photo of the perp. And in that still photo, somebody kept saying, I think she kept saying that she could see a face in that still image. And for the longest, I was like, yeah, you kind of can, you kind of can't. Somebody reached out to Monk and said the same thing. But he pretty much said what I said. I don't think that you can see it enough to really make out, an actual face.
And I am convinced that's his freaking ear.
So he's going to point out
if
the
we're
ear,
to
but we'll
start
get there.
there and go down, there's that slight rise, right, from the actual indentation of the bridge of the nose, and then it kind of falls like a waterfall. So his nose, of course, there's our bridge, right? And then his goes.
Good morning,
out
Juanita.
there, but his nose kind of falls after that. If you get my drift, his nose is a bit of a two-parter. I would consider my nose a one-parter. So his nose having two sections, I would say, that gives his nose a lot of character, doesn't it? And I feel like I have to keep explaining this to make sure everybody understands, okay? So from the bridge of his nose, okay, it juts out just a tad, as you can see by the shadowing there, right? So from the indentation, juts out a bit, and then just kind of drops, right? That's a pretty interesting nose. So it juts out, and then it turns downward until you get to the tip of the nose. Yes, you could even see the tip of the nose now, which I don't know about you. This is the most excited I've been about someone's tip of the nose. Using your own eyes, without me helping you whatsoever. Can you not see that slight bump there? And that would be the tip of his nose, right? Something I'm sure a lot of us have never noticed before. Or should I just speak for myself? That's not even the crazy thing. We're not even through yet, okay? So just stay with me, because something was about to blow my mind when we come across it right now, okay? So because the part of the nose is bone, right? The top part of the nose is bone right here, okay? That's a fairly reliable structure, right? It's not going to be pressed down, but of course, the soft tissue of the nose, right? The tip of the nose, that is being pressed down by the ski mask itself, ever so slightly, I would say. So for that tip of the nose to even make a bump there, that really leads me to believe that it's pretty prominent in real life.
Who do you guys think knows that is? Just real quick before we get to where I'm going with this, or where I think that, Monk is going with this. Who would you say that, he's making out in this particular image that he's kind of sketching right now?
And taken aback, because look, right there, aren't those his nostrils? I mean, that's where a human's nostrils would probably be in relation to his nose and mouth, right? So yeah, I believe we have his nostrils, okay? I got your nose. And so from here, I took a little liberty to fill in the mustache and the possible beginnings of a full beard, but we'll leave the facial hair at that. And even after that, there's so much more detail that it blows my mind how we never saw this before, because just look here. Because of this infrared glare, we could actually make out his cheekbones. This guy has a pretty skinny face, okay? But looking at his body, as the FBI has dissed him by saying he has an average build, which I tend to believe is accurate, because I feel we're looking at a mushy dad bod, not too dissimilar from my own. But he appears to have a skinnier face, sunken in cheeks, because these highlights definitely indicated cheekbones to me. We're getting a great idea about the structure of the porch guy's face. Those cheekbones are jutting out just a tad. And we're not even done yet, because this is the part that blew my mind, because I was not expecting it. It jumped out to me like a jump scare. Look over here.
So I think Monk is, I honestly think this is the person's nose that he's talking about. I don't really see anybody else's nose looking like that, you know, if he's correct, you know, which it kind of seems like he just might be onto something here. When you look at Sheriff Nanos and his nose, it's fairly close, because he's kind of got like a nose that kind of drops down too, but just not quite as much as Tommaso's. Now that's a picture of Mr. Nanos and his wife. So don't mind her to the left, but this is the picture that I have right now of Sheriff Nanos and his wife. It's the only picture I have of him right now. I got a couple pictures of him, but this is the only one I have right here, you know, that I could get to right away. But I don't think that that's his nose that he's pointing out. I think he's talking about Sione. I think he's talking about Tommaso. And you're about to see in just a minute why I think he's talking about Tommaso as well, because he's going to make another interesting point here that he points out.
Is that his freaking ear? I kept looking at it, and I am convinced that's his freaking ear. It even juts out just a bit on the mask. Ladies and gentlemen, on this Father's Day, I think I have a gift for Charles Guthrie, and that would be Savannah, Annie, and Cameron's father. That would be Nancy's husband, who couldn't be here to protect his children, and Nancy herself from this tragedy. And we are presenting to him and to the world that we are looking at a pretty accurate composite based solely on the data we're given. You guys saw it firsthand, that nothing was made up about the makeup of this guy's face, right?
So Tommaso, he's got like those kind of like elf looking ears, you know what I'm saying? Like they kind of poke out at the ends. Although I don't think that Porch Guy, I don't know why I've always felt like Porch Guy, you know, he's not Tommaso. I feel like it's somebody else. But then if you add a mask into the equation, it's questionable, because, I mean, obviously that would make it more difficult to, you know, point out certain features that they share. But look at Tommaso's, look at his ear. You know, it kind of has that pointy end at the end, just like what Monk is pointing out in the video. To me, those ears match up. And then when you're looking at the nose, his nose drops all the way down, and it goes down far. It doesn't just drop down. That nose goes dang near all the way down to his, it does. I mean, it goes all the way down to his mustache, into the mustache. But I've always thought that you know, Monk's always thought it's A&T. You know, I've always thought that. But I mean, that's interesting. That's something to think about. And shouts to Monk and Treek for the incredible work. I mean, he's always digging up something somehow, some way. But Porch Guy, he just looks white to me. I don't know why I can't get over that hump. I always feel like Porch Guy is white. But I could be wrong, because it's very difficult to make out the actual nationality of the perp, because it's black and white and the camera's not the best. It was good enough to, you know, gather certain little information like this. But in comparison to those ears, there's no other ear that I've seen closer to that ear. Who else would it be, guys? Who else would have ears like that? Because when you're looking at Clay Crouch, Crouch's ears are nowhere near those ears. Nowhere near. I mean, even when you put a mask on Crouch, it doesn't even look like it. And just for peace of mind, I'll put up a picture of Crouch right next to Porch Guy. It's no match. When you look at the ears, it's not a match. It's automatically out. If you're just only looking at the ears. So I don't know, guys. I don't know, but I that was a very interesting video that Monk had put together. To me, anything that is covered is a guessing game. Yeah, I mean, and that's how everybody should kind of take it when they're watching anybody cover the case. Good point. No one should say that, you know, anyone's saying that's specifically who it is. It remains all speculation until we're able to get actual facts. We haven't even talked about the hair, guys. What happened with the hair? It's like we all forgot about the hair. Why hasn't the hair came back yet? Why haven't they updated us on, you know, where we stand as far as working that genealogy pertaining to the other, you know, DNA or whatever they found that is DNA or has DNA on it? Why haven't they brought that to our attention yet? I mean, I'm assuming that it would somehow harm the case, so that would be why they haven't updated us on that. But they've been fairly quiet for quite some time. A long time now, actually. Luke fits best. Juanita says, I think it's a female. That's crazy. I don't know if I can, I just can't see that one. A lot of people say that. Well, I wouldn't say a lot, but I mean, several people have said that. That's interesting. What featuristics do you see that you know would make it out to be, you know, a female though? I don't see any features to me that would align, you know, especially like if you look at the way the perp carries themselves. You know, I don't, you know, and maybe this woman was just good. Maybe she was a tomboy, or maybe she was, you know, I don't know. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I have a very hard time, you know, because I'm really good at stuff like that. I could tell right away. Now, when somebody's behind a mask, obviously it's, you know, it's 10 times harder. But that's another, you know, interesting point that Chris had made. It reminds me of a point that he made in regards to the fact that this person, well, he had mentioned the fact that they're females. There's 3 females in the family. And the 3 would be Savannah, Annie, and the other obviously would be Nancy. And he mentioned, you know, that Annie and Savannah are 2 very beautiful ladies. And he just kept questioning why they would have chose Nancy. You know, why? Why Nancy? Why Nancy? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand it either. But I think we're getting closer, guys, and I think it's just a matter of time, you know, before this stuff starts to all come to light.
But
What a
why not the
wonderful
one
show.
on the left versus the one on the right? What was it about that each one of these women that they were not chosen by the suspect? What is it in the personality of the suspect that he or whoever chose not to pick Annie? She's right there. She's 2.9 miles away from her mom. So why not select her? What's going on with this individual in here? Now, if we think about this even deeper, and I know it's going to be hard for some of the trolls to follow the bouncing ball here because you have no critical thinking skill. So I'm going to help you. If, as we go through this and we start looking at the dynamics of the family, I want you to catch a couple of things, first of all, in this particular photo. This is in the kitchen of Nancy's house.
So right here, Chris points out the fact that the door opens inward and the windows open inward here.
Look at the lock mechanisms on the windows. These windows pull in.
Now, I've mentioned this before. I think that Nancy had got her house refurbished at one point in time. I think it was refurbished. And you notice in the garage area, that's where they did not redo the windows. So she still has the old windows on the garage, if I'm correct. I believe so. But around the rest of the home, these windows are no longer there. Now, I don't know if she changed these back windows because I've never seen the back, so I can't say that. And obviously, this is a fairly old picture. But if those are still there, that would have been so much more easier to break into, I think, because we all still kind of question how the perp got in. But I truly think Nancy left that back door open. Or it was somebody who had access to the house.
They don't push out. The door on the right pulls in. It does not push out. So if you're going to go out into the backyard, then you're going to have to pull that door in. And if you're going to open those windows, you're going to have to open those windows by pulling them in. Those are the old-fashioned lock mechanisms. Okay? Did the suspect know that? To prop the doors open? We'll find out. So if we look at the bond here between the two sisters, it's pretty strong. So strong that I would submit to you, if we say that Cameron told Savannah it's because of you, I would submit to you that the suspect probably studied Annie as well. If not, how did he know that she wasn't spending the night with her mother that evening after the party?
Very, very good point. Very good point there. And I'm not going to lie, he's opened up my eyes to the fact that this person, you know, not only the fact that they know this neighborhood very well, but the simple fact that this person is close. This person is very close by, actually. And I've always thought that they weren't, and Nancy was much further than, you know, in the proximity of the neighborhood, but I never eliminated that fact. I've never eliminated that thought that they could be close. I'm starting to think that Chris is 100% right, based on the fact that someone or the person that took Nancy is very, very close. And this is one of the reasons why we stay out there and we kind of observe the scene. We observe the neighbors. We observe who we interact with. We observe the cars. We observe all of these things. And at one point in time, Chris even passed a van. He passed a white van. And I'm like, see what I mean? See what I mean? That's exactly. And you know, you could just tell, you know, he was seeing some things that, you know, could possibly be suspicious in that neighborhood. And you guys that have watched the channel and watched, you know, Criminal Network's channel and watched 857's channel, you guys will know, you know, things, some things are odd, you know, and a lot of people will say, hey, Juice, you know, get that plate, get this plate, get that plate, you know, and you'll start to feel it. You'll start to see it. I've had people come there, you know, and get out of their car, you know, even a DoorDasher came by and he was like, man, the first thing he said was, man, I got the goosebumps. Like she's somewhere around here. And it's just interesting and crazy to me for people to feel it the moment that they're there. Some people can really sense Nancy being close. But where would she be? You know, who would have done this? If it's a neighbor, you know, what neighbor really draws your attention, you know? But that was some really great information that he gave. And I'm really taking it to heart, and I'm definitely going to get out here. I know this city by the back of my head. I know all the
How would the
I know most of, you know, all of the ins and outs. I know most of where all the parks are at. We got, you know, GPS nowadays, so it's really not that hard, you know, to kind of figure things out, you know, as far as where to go. But maybe soon, chat, we go visit Estevan Park and, you know, kind of, you know, like he said, show him pictures, but don't show him Annie, you know, show him pictures of the, you know, the backpack, you know, show people pictures of, you know, the shoes. You know, the shoes aren't really that great of a picture to show people, so we might not do that. But mainly, you know, the perp, you know, based on who you think it is. It doesn't even have to be a specific person. It could be multiple people that you show people, you know, amongst the community, you know, within a certain proximity of Nancy's, you know. These people do know stuff, and you'll be surprised how much information that these people out here know that are homeless. You know, for all we know, there could be somebody that's, you know, sleeping with, you know, homeless in this homeless area, you know, to make it seem like, or to kind of cover up, you know, and stay under the radar. I think that would be a good place to go for somebody who's committed a high crime, is to just kind of go out there and blend in with the homeless folks, you know. And I feel like I've seen something like this before. Not saying that he is homeless, not saying that he is out there, but it would be a really good idea. And not only that, it'll just put me back on the ground and, you know, be more of help. And like somebody mentioned, there was like, you know, just this is probably a new chapter. You know, it's, you know, it sucks that we got kind of used to going out to Nancy's house and digging up information that way. But I thank Chris for giving me the idea to get out here and start asking questions. As he worded it, start picking at the bear. Start picking at the bear. And I will utilize that comment to the best of my ability to, you know, try to get out here and dig up information. It's been 142 days now, though. And it sounds like a long time, but it's not. It's really not. You know, there are people who go missing for years and they are found at some point, or the person that abducted a person or killed a person are found after years in time. So I keep that in mind moving forward, and just know that we still have plenty of time to get answers, to dig up any bit, a little bit of information that's out there. Right where Chris was at, there was a part, there's another park that he didn't visit, that maybe he did, but I don't think he did from what he showed. But there's another park literally right down the street, and I'll show you here on the map. So Chris went to this park. And as I told you guys, there is a park right across the street right here. I'm sorry, a Salvation Army right across the street from that very park that Chris went to. Okay. And this is Main and Speedway, which is 5 minutes from where I'm at. So if you go out on Main here and you hang a right, literally the next light right here is another park, and this is called NANCY Park. This specific park right here in this area, general area, you'll see a lot of homeless out here, a lot of homeless people out here. This park has been cleared so many times, it's not even funny. So I think we go out there, we hit this area, maybe bring some food, maybe bring a little bit of some water. And, see what we could come up with out there. Maybe go hang out at the park for a couple hours. We have many homeless areas out here in Tucson, Arizona. Got Doors Park up here. There are homeless that come here. This is right off of Grant, I believe. But this park, there's not a lot of homeless activity in this park. But guys, there are so many parks out here, it's not even funny. And I thought that was a really good idea. And it doesn't even have to be a park. It could be, also somewhere else. You got Catalina Park right here. A lot of parks. There is one more, and that's going to be on 22nd. It's a little bit further down where there's a huge amount of homeless activity out there. And that's off of 22nd Road. I know it seems a little far with me going on the map, but it's really not. And I want to say it's about right over here in this area here, just past a street called Park. Yeah, so actually I think it's, right after Park. And this park is temporarily closed. But you got a lot of homeless activity from here. Santa Rita Park. And I want to just see for my own peace of mind here what the gap is, just real quick. From Santa Rita Park, to Nancy's. Now, it's a decent amount away, actually. So it's about 8 miles. Where, the park that, Chris went to, I think I put it in wrong, but that's okay. It's Estevan. It's not showing up though. Well, anyway, I think that's roughly about 6 miles or about 5 miles, I think he had said. So I mean, a 3-mile difference isn't really going to change things. And you got to remember, homeless people, they travel into other places too. They go to other parks, or they go to other areas to sleep. Where I live, there's so many homeless around here. It's not even funny. So many drug addicts around here. So I think, maybe one of these days also I'll work around my neighborhood, and, see, if we could dig up any information that way. But what a good idea. I think Chris was mainly focusing on people may have seen something or heard something from people who work with Annie. Interesting. It's possible, but how are we going to? I mean, how many people work with Annie? There's probably not that many people that work with Annie. I take a gang, the A-Team Made in the Dark. Big welcomes Made in the Dark, by the way. Juanita says the fact that the porch guy used a backpack with a reflective arm strap says not professional. Yeah, that's a good point. And obviously he didn't even think about it at all. But that's a good point. Big Zig's big welcome, by the way, says just read your email. Will do. How you doing, Made in the Dark? RS says I agree. Emails. You guys got some what? We got and by the way, I'm sorry guys. I haven't had time today, so I really haven't been too crazy about responding to emails today. And if you got a different name on your email, I'm probably not going to be able to make out who you are. Did somebody send me a picture of the guy that came around and said, where's I think he said, where's Brian Guthrie or something like that? Well, I thought it was a picture you sent, but it's a video. Says it's an image, but it's coming up as a video. Next caller? We're not on the phone right now. Thanks for all the happy Father's Day. For all the folks saying Happy Father's Day, I truly appreciate it, guys. God bless you guys all. I appreciate the love. A lot of people have reached out and said Happy Father's Day, and it feels good to have people reach out and say that. James Feather is the name. Yeah, I think that's all I remember him as. Is he would say, he would always say, "Where's Brian Guthrie?" Or he had said that. The ones you want to talk to only hit that park in the evening, makes it even more dangerous to go out there. For me, personally, I'm not. It takes a lot to scare me, and especially where I come from. But I wouldn't be afraid to go to the park in the evening time, especially where that park is at. It's not really. First of all, it's a very small park, and I just don't really see anything that could be harmful of me going out there, or see any way that I'd be harmed going to the park even in the evening time. But more so or less, if we have to visit the park in the evening time, we definitely will. We're going to do whatever it takes, guys. I mean, this comes with taking risk. We got to take risk if we have to. We have to, but I don't think it's going to be very risky. I know this place very well, so I'm not really too worried about my safety going to some of these parks at nighttime. And they're not really parks that you go in. They're like really literally off the street, and you don't really go in anywhere. They're just right there off of the cuff of the road. Jilly says, Juice question, does Pima County have free public transportation, aka like buses? If not, free bus vouchers are welcomed by the homeless. I know that from volunteering at homeless communities here. Yeah, I think there's places and ways that they could get a free like bus pass. Yeah. Big Zig says a video of who the porch guy sent it in your email. What's your name on there? Oh, I see the name. Yeah, I got your it's not very clear, but let's see. I think we've talked about this guy several times, but I mean, if you want me to show the video, I don't mind showing the video, but it's not really, the video's not really showing anything. It's just showing Tommaso's friend. But you put a picture of James Feather, but I don't see James Feather in the video at all, so I was kind of confused. But you're showing, it's pretty much the video is only showing the porch guy. I could show the picture of the guy if you want me to show the picture of the guy, but the porch guy, I mean, I already have photos of the porch guy. But I think this is the guy. I think who we're looking at, is this Dominic Evans or Dominic Evans? Compare with Luke Denos? Is there a pic of Derek Colella? Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we could do a quick comparison, guys. I don't mind doing a quick comparison. I mean, there's pictures of all of them. There's serious issues you are selectively avoiding. So confused. I don't know what you meant by that comment there. Maybe ask the homeless volunteer workers too. I would suggest that we ask anybody that we can, not specifically just the homeless, but I mean, anybody really. Within, a certain mile radius of Nancy's. This is Walter. He says it's Walter Ivan Goncalves. No, I don't think he would be a match. But I mean, you never know. He's a troll. Yeah, I don't think that person would be a match, but you never know. I think somebody else has sent me an email. I don't see it, so maybe let me know in the chat again. Susan says, "Don't go out there." And then I don't understand the last part of your email there, guys. Why would I not go out to the park? I don't understand why people are so concerned about safety wise going out to the park. It's just a park, guys. So that's the third bandmate. I never really looked into the third bandmate. That's interesting, yeah, but I don't think he aligns. But you never know. You never know. I'm not looking past anybody. You just never know in this particular case here. This is a very interesting, odd case. This is a crazy case. Never seen a picture of Walter Nash. Walter Nash. We could look up a picture of him. Let's see what Walter Nash looks like. Well, I guess they don't have one, so never mind. Walter Nash doesn't have anything to do with this, though, guys. He's just a guy that came up all super drunk. I think him and Criminal Network have a picture together. Maybe we'll show that one. But Walter Nash is just a random drunk guy that came up and didn't make any sense. So I wouldn't get too distracted on somebody that doesn't, you know, for sure. I mean, I know for sure that guy doesn't have nothing to do with this. But he approached JLR, and I can't remember who else was there, and Alex one day. From what I've seen him stop by about two times, maybe three. But that's him. But yeah, like I said, I wouldn't get too distracted on him. He's not. I mean, the guy was not making any sense. And he said, "Where's Brian Guthrie?" And I'm like, what? No idea what that guy was talking about. He was making a whole lot of no sense. All right, so real quick, we'll do a quick comparison real quick here. If I can. I got to pull up a picture here. Hold on. I just don't have a very hard time with Luke. But what I'll do is I'll put up a picture here of Luke. We'll put up Tommaso here. And we'll also put up a picture of the porch guy. And who else we missing here? Colella. So we'll throw up Colella. We'll just do those two. We'll do Luke and then we'll do Colella, and then we'll throw porch guy in the middle. I've got to find a picture of Colella. I have a picture of him, but I don't want to scramble for it. I think what is it, David Colella? I think it's David. And if you don't remember, Colella he's the one that did the fake ransom letter. And got caught for it. And Colella's he was in California at the time. I'm not too sure if Colella is from there. I mean, he looks like he's from somewhere else to me. I don't really know if I have a good picture of Colella, though, guys. Just run the video and see the match. The video is nothing, Big Zig. It's you have only the porch guy, and then you have the guy that I showed. There's nothing really there. It doesn't show a comparison at all. I'll look at it again, but I didn't see any comparison that you did there. It shows the one first, the porch guy, and then you've got the picture there of I'll show the video for you, brother. But it's not nothing that we can't really just put up both at the same time. It's the video he wants me to show you guys. I mean, unless I was missing something in the video, this is all that it's showing is this guy and then the porch guy, but there's not no comparison together. This is not Kalela. I think that's the third bandmate that he's talking about. I think that's the other guy. But it's not. It's definitely not Walter. But he's like flipping back and forth in between the two. But I mean, there's really no. I mean, I don't see it. I just don't see it. I don't see it, sir. I think he's talking about the third bandmate or something like that. It's got to be that third bandmate. Because he looks like the guy in the picture when you see them and their whole band crew. So here, I'll show you guys. And it'll be a much better picture because that one was not a very clear picture of the band guy. I think you were better off just sending the picture of both of them together on the phone. So he's talking about the guy on the left. The one in the middle would be Dominic Evans, and then to the right would be Tommaso. But I think he's referring to this guy on the left there. And he does got a pretty good drop down in the nose. And his build would be fairly close, I would say. Height-wise would probably be fairly close. In that picture, he looks like he is just as tall or maybe taller than Tommaso. But he's not. Oh, he is. He actually is. So he's about the same height as Tommaso. Yeah, he's about no, he actually seems like he's a little taller than Tommaso, actually. Please put Nanos up. Someone said I think somebody said it's hard to keep track of something. I think I missed it. Maybe I think they were saying it's hard to keep track of all these people. Is Kalela hearing in Tucson? Good question. I don't know. That's a really good question. I would assume not because he's in California, so. Oh, Olivia says I'm too old to keep track of all these characters. I know it is quite we have kind of, stumbled across quite a few people, throughout this entire case. I mean, it has been several people who have came up. It's almost like sometimes you got to pick who you really think it is because it's like there's going to be another person next month. But I just don't look past anybody in this case. I mean, it seems like this person has the features of almost every person that we look at that has that possibility of being the perp. It's almost like we see one person, we have suspicions about them, and there's always like one feature that kind of matches up. Derek probably did ransom because he wanted to get paid, and the rest family and sheriff is covering up for A&T. Maybe. Tommaso's eyebrows almost touch just like the perp pic under mask. Put a pic up of Carlos. Everybody wants to see pictures tonight, huh? Carlos. Oh, I know what you're talking about. They're all fairly close, though, guys. I mean, so all of these guys that we've looked at that could be potential suspects are all fairly close. It is really, sometimes it's really hard to say for some of these guys. Although, once you start aligning certain things to see if they meet with the description of the actual perp, then you'll kind of come and realize, okay, he's out. Like some of these people, for me, I've almost ruled out, Carlos is somebody that I still keep in the loop, but I've, for the most part, kind of ruled him out. I don't really put him into the rotation very much. But I still don't look past Carlos being involved. Like I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out, Carlos is somehow involved. When you do look at Carlos, though, he does have almost like a drop down nose, but not quite. He's got the pointy ears, although they're not, big as the ones that we saw in that last video, which Monk was talking about. Because remember, those ears, well, so the ears are much smaller than Carlos's ears are. Carlos has got like some really like big ears to me. At least a lot bigger than the porch guys, from what I think. And I'll put a picture of Carlos up here. So there's Carlos. So what I'll do is, like I said, I'll put up I'll get a picture right now. We'll do this real quick here. We'll get a picture of the porch guy. I got to find us a picture of porch guy real quick. And then we'll throw porch guy up and just compare all of the probable suspects that we think, are potential suspects, not probable, potential suspects. Give me a second. I got to find a picture of the perp because I have all of these pictures already, but it's better to just search them up and bring them up rather than finding it, because some of them are named, some of them are not. So if I find one, I'll throw it up here. There's really not a good picture of the perp though, guys. There's like a side by side, or one where it kind of shows the side of his face, the one where he's holding the strub, and then you got the one where he has his hand like in front of the. So I don't know if you guys want me to do that one along with the other ones, kind of side by side. I guess it would kind of be better to look at them all together with the three. So one person, the three pictures of the perp. That might be in our best interest to do. So what I'll do is, because this is probably not going to be the best pictures either. So you kind of got to pick the best pictures too. So with Carlos here, we'll start with Carlos first here. And I'm not going to put a mask on them and all that stuff because that's a little much for right now. And I don't want to keep you guys all waiting. Maybe if we open up the phone lines while I'm on the phone, we could probably just try to compare them that way. But I'll make this as simple as I can. So here's Carlos. Let me trim this. And if you want me to put the picture right next to the person, I can do that. But I think this is a fair comparison with the way it's put right here. So we'll just kind of in the chat, we'll just kind of take some votes on what y'all think. I'm sure you guys are just going to share your opinions anyways, and I'll share mine at the same time. For this particular picture, I'm going to say no. His ears look too big. The eyebrows could be a possibility, but his are more like not, remember the first thing we pointed out was the fact that we think that the eyebrows are done. Like he got them done, or it may be a girl with really, really nice eyebrows. All right, so we'll do someone else. Hold on. Give me a second here. Let me change this photo here. We'll change the photo. We'll just compare all the people we could possibly think of. Now, remember, you guys said it was a girl. Y'all said it was a girl. Some of you guys, I think Juanita even said she thinks it's a girl. I'm personally not seeing a match there. Not saying it's Annie, but I'm personally not seeing a match there. We had to do it. We had to do it, so. All right, we'll go with Sheriff Nanos. See if Sheriff Nanos is a close match. Hold on, I gotta put this picture behind the picture here. Maybe this isn't a very good picture of Sheriff. Now, Sheriff Nanos definitely doesn't have the eyebrows, that's for sure. We know that for sure. Put Nanos' wife up there. Really? That's not even going to be close. Nanos' wife? You got to be kidding me. So who haven't we checked yet? Kalela? Let's try Kalela. Colella's kind of close. I mean, when you look at his ears as well, they seem like they're very close. So that's Colella. Okay, so we'll go with Dominic Evans. This is the bandmate that is a teacher as well. So that's Dominic. And then what's the other bandmate's name? Gotta do Luke. We definitely gotta do Luke. So this is the other bandmate there. Other than that, guys, I think that's pretty much. Oh, we got to do Luke. I guess we could throw up Luke Daly next to the porch guy. I think it also depends on, you know, what picture you pick. Because, you know, some of these pictures have different angles. Pull up Luke here. See, for me, Luke's lips are like really odd, but the ears, I don't know, man. All of these guys got very similar noses. And these are all of the people that have been looked at, that we're looking at, that have been brought to, you know, for the most part, I think all of these guys have been looked at by the FBI or by law enforcement, you know. I think all of these guys have been spoken to as well. And remember, Luke was one of them. Sometimes I think that it's somebody that we just haven't discovered yet, or they haven't, you know, put their name out there yet, you know. And obviously they don't want to do that because, I mean, some of these guys' lives have been ruined, like Carlos's, I'd say. But I wouldn't even say that because it's a temporary thing. I mean, to me, that's how I look at it. I feel like a lot of people, we don't really talk much about Carlos anymore. You know, we bring him up from time to time. You know, Zach's somebody we bring up from time to time still. And you guys saw we spoke to Zach the other day, and he was a person, you know, of interest for quite some time. And I think for, you know, until this is all put to rest and they actually find the actual person or persons that are involved, people's names are going to constantly come up. You know, people are going to still continue to keep talking about this stuff. Can't be Zach. Yeah, I don't think so, guys. I do not think so. Inspire Michelle says, Juice, we should do a kind map and put it all on as a brain dump. That would be good. That'd be a good idea. That would be actually a good idea. I used to have a layout of like everything that happened, every possible suspect that has been brought to the public's attention, a lot of the big people, that have been involved, like Harvey from TMZ. I had like this big old, thing where I had like all the pictures up on there of, just everything that kind of happened, but I stopped. It just got too much. It got out of hand. Like you could see, like some pictures are on top of pictures, some pictures are, it just got too much. So I just stopped. I stopped putting stuff up there and making a whole like wall of all of the people involved and all this and that. But, it just comes down to what you think. You got to go with your gut. If you're out there on the ground and you're out there trying
Thoughts,
to
takeaway.
dig up information, it's all going to be what you think. And that's the first thing that came to mind when I was thinking what Chris was saying, to get out here and try to dig up information by talking to people. He was saying, show them a picture, just don't show them Nancy. But who? Who do we show them? Do we show them all these people? Or, you know what I mean? But I think he meant to just show anything that revolves around the description of the perp. And that's why the backpack was mentioned. Showing them people that were possible suspects isn't probably going to do any good. Unless you're on point and for sure it was that particular person that you're showing people. But I think it's probably best to just show the perp and, the particular items that he has, like the backpack, the shoes. There's not much to show, though. Maybe the way he walks, maybe show him a video. I don't know. It's got to develop a plan. Inspired Michelle says, no, the eyes aren't right. He said, show pictures of the porch guy. Yeah, exactly. That's what he was insisting. But there's only so much, I think that you could show besides the video and then, the items that he has, which would be the backpack. That's really the only thing that he's carrying that, you could show people. And let's just say that that's a mask. If that's a mask, it's going to be very difficult for people to figure it out, and it could lead us in the wrong direction if that's an actual mask, So I don't know, but we're going to try it. We're going to try it and see if it's effective, see how far we can get, see if we can get anywhere. I think the video would be good because it kind of gives away characteristics. Good point, DJ. DJ says, all I can say is I don't understand why no one is speaking, knowing the manpower and hours we are all investing in this case. I feel someone should say something. I agree. I couldn't agree more. It's crazy. No one's coming forward or saying anything. And that's one thing that that's why it makes it very difficult for me to look past Annie and Tommaso because, and I wouldn't even include Annie, maybe Annie she's not aware and Tommaso played some role in this, but let's just use this theory for example. So let's just say, it is, let's just say Tommaso is involved and you got Sheriff Nanos as the person who pretty much instructed this whole thing. He's behind this whole thing. He's the one directing traffic. He's behind this thing. And Nanos is telling Tommaso, hey, don't say anything. If you say anything, you're dead, That's why, that's one reason why I think that could be one reason why this person hasn't came forward and said anything, because they're at risk of losing their own life if they come forward and say anything. But then there are also other reasons as well. I feel like there could be a chance that although I think it's two people at least, there could be a chance that there still could be just one person that was involved. And they, obviously don't want to come forward because they don't want to go to jail for the rest of their life or face the death penalty. Although Arizona's not, you don't really see that happen here too much. It's not very common, at least from what I've seen. Let's get some calls in tonight. I'm going to open up the phone line for a bit here, and then we'll call it a night here. I got work in the morning, so we'll try to open up the phone lines for a bit and take a few calls, folks. Take a few calls. But my intentions and my plan is to try to get back on the ground outside and see if I could be more helpful. As not so much like Chris said, just poking the bear, but just trying to dig up more information. I guess that would revolve around poking the bear, but the biggest goal would be, trying to figure out if we could figure out who this is. And I think it would be more than enough helpful and a very great possibility, to try to get out here and start interacting and talking with people. I never really thought about that, though, doing it outside of the neighborhood. I don't know why I didn't think of that, but might be a good idea. Might just be a good idea. Tammy says nope, at least 2 people, maybe 3. Interesting. Frank says, for the people getting arrested for filming out here. What did I miss? Why doesn't Savannah speak up or thank the people trying to keep Nancy's name out there? Good question, Frank. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. It would be nice for them to speak out and just simply say they would like the memorial site to stay or they would like it gone as well. Good point. I don't know. Good point. It's the juice. Oh, they clicked on me. They don't want to talk to me tonight. I'm sorry. They don't like me anymore. People really get angry when we do comparisons. I don't know why, but some people really find themselves angry when we end up doing comparisons. We need some more likes here. We got 900 people tuned in at 3 in the morning. Insane. Shouts to everybody tuning in tonight, by the way. Don't forget to like the video. If you haven't gave the video a thumbs up, feel free to do so. And as I tell you guys all, it helps the algorithm. It's the juice of putting the stream out there.
Juice, this is Charles Ziegler, the guy that sent you the emails and the video.
You said, oh, Charles, how you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you not hear
Hello?
me? Hey, how you doing? Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Now, I wanted to show you, because we can't send pictures the way that I want to send it so you can see it and make everything proper.
Yeah.
When you look at that third picture of the guy on the right-hand side and his upper lip, it looks to me, because I am an art collector and I look at the fine detail on people's faces and on art. That's what I get paid to do. Okay.
Okay.
So when I look at the third guy, the third picture on the right you had up, not including the suspects, under his lip, on his top lip, where the mustache is, it looks like the SS Minnow to me when you zoom in.
The what again?
You know, Gilligan's Island, the SS Minnow.
Never heard of that.
You never heard of Gilligan's Island?
Never. No.
Okay. Well, it's an old TV show that was on TV a long time ago, and 7 people got trapped on an island,
Mm-hmm.
stranded on an island. And when you look at the close-up of the suspect, it looks like the SS Minnow, at least to me. So then, when you take Walter's profile, and I got several pictures of him, and I can interchange them, and it shows they match. And I also took pictures of his eyes and the eyebrows and everything else, and everything matches up. I'm only going by what's being shown, not, anticipating the ears and everything. He does have small ears. So the one guy was correct. If you want to look at his nose, it does extend out a little bit, but it's him. I bet my reputation on it.
For Walter? So you
Yeah,
think, yeah.
Absolutely. It's I have him dead to rights. That man's going to jail forever. I mean, he plays guitar. He played guitar in the band Early Black. They did it for years, 10, 15 years. And he stands, when he stands like somebody who's playing guitar. And when on the one picture I did show you, where he was out picking up grass or flowers or whatever thing, you see him standing there, and I pointed it back to the way it stands. If you look on the right shoulder matches, the right hand matches the suspect. The left shoulder matches the suspect, and the left hand matches the suspect. They all match up. Everything, that the picture I'm using of Walter is 10, 15 years old. And this guy got married and he has kids. So he's heavier. And it matches him. The eyes, the eyebrows, the lettering, everybody in the world has different markings on their face. No two people have the same markings. And he has, I sent stuff to the FBI, I sent stuff to the police department, and I don't know what they're waiting for.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't. I mean, I don't know what I looked at the eyes. The eyes are right on, spot on. They had that guy, that delivery guy from down 19, where they went and they busted him. They thought his eyes matched, but it wasn't. I could tell that a mile away. That wasn't him. These eyes of the suspects match Walter 110%. They're him. He even has a dot or so in his eye. When I enlarge it, it looks like a little Z in his eye. On the left, on the right corner eye, there's like a dot where like a Z when you enlarge it.
Oh, you're talking. Okay, so when he comes up and you see that, well, that's a still. Well, it's paused on that particular part, so I don't have that photo up. But I think you're talking about when he's messing with the shrub at the door.
Anyway, you see it where you can look at his right eye in the. It's like, I don't know, a couple tenths of an inch away from the corner, and it's a spot. It's a spot, and Walter has the same thing. He has everything that I mean, I gift wrapped it to the police department. I gift wrapped it to the FBI. They still haven't wrap this up. I mean, I feel sorry for the family.
Yeah. I mean, he's got the, like a cyst, to me it looks like. Or it's like I think it's either that or the mask. If it's a mask underneath is like coming up.
But one of the things
It's
is
not
that
like,
because I see pictures, when I see pictures, it's like on the mask, when you look at his eyebrow, and the eyebrow of the suspect, it has the way a little bump of hair. It comes down just a little bit and then it curves back up, and it's the same way as Walter's, identical, spot on.
I don't know why I don't see it. I don't really see Walter in that. I don't know.
This. Man, I'm putting my reputation as an art collector on the line. If this guy is not, then he's got a pretty good double, and I have never, ever seen that before.
Because I feel like Walter's his nose almost curves as well too. It's not like straight
Well, first
down.
of all, if you look when you look at a straight shot at Walter, his nose is bent. It looks like he's been hit a couple times. Somebody
Right,
broke his
right.
nose a couple times. So, you know, that made it difficult when I was looking at the picture, because, you know, I'm looking for it to come straight down, and then I see the way it comes, you know, bends to the right a little bit. So that matched up. It just all matched up. Everything is there.
It's close, but I don't see it. I just don't see it. But it's fairly close. I mean, to me, it seems like it could.
I wish I
close.
could demonstrate it to you in person. It would be really easy, but I can't. You know,
No, I hear you.
It's hard to do technology over the phone.
Yeah. No, I hear you. It's. I mean, it looks close, and it's hard to say now. You know, with everything.
I mean, the left eye he has, he has a on the right corner there's a C, and when he's looking at straight off, you can only barely see it. But when he's turned to the side and he's looking at the door, you can see it looks larger on the camera. It looks like a C by his eye. That matches up. There is just so much. I mean, with this guy, like I said, he's in my book. He's done.
So you think this is the person of interest that they have right now, and they're just not telling us that that they've got this guy in the loop already?
I don't know what they're doing, but this man should not be in court. You know, he goes to court every day, and I heard the one guy saying that his right hand was hurt, maybe by taking down some cameras and stuff. I was looking at the fingers. He has fingers of a guitarist. And that's what I saw. He holds his hand the same way when you see the suspect out on the grass looking for grass, and then you see the suspect Walter 10, 15 years ago standing. They are standing identical.
Yeah.
His knees, his right knee, no, his left knee is a little bit bent. And his right, let me get straight in my mind. Hair bent, so that matches up, and nobody stands identical the same way. His shoulders, the way he held his shoulders, he's just it's a perfect match.
I've never really seen, Walter moving, you know what I mean? I've seen a picture of him standing, but we've never really seen him moving to really judge, those movements or match them up.
Yeah, I got
You know what I mean?
I got 10, 15 pictures of him off the net, and I use my tech stuff to um, to, put this all together. And if I was wrong, I even looked at the other bandmate because the sheriff said, if I was him, I'd get an attorney. You remember when he said that?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I looked at him and I knew, that wasn't the guy. And I looked at other people, as they're coming. So eventually, because I didn't have that many pictures of Walter, I couldn't do anything. But then I got everything, and they match up. And if that hair matches him, that they say they got, then Donald Trump's going to get his wish.
For the folks in the chat, all of these pictures are online. So if you ever want to do your own comparison, you're more than welcome to online. Just, go look up each of these individuals' names. Yeah. But I don't see it, man. I don't know. But I mean, I do see it, but I don't. And I don't question it either. I mean, I question everything, but I don't look past it is what I'm saying, because
I understand. I have eyes that have looked at more art in the world, and I can notice very minute little stuff.
Yeah.
If your eye's not a trained eye, then you can't do it. I mean, you can see and go, well, maybe, I don't know. But unless I'm right there and I can point it right out at you, it's not happening. Most of the time, most of the people can't see it. I mean, there are a lot of artistic people in the world, and they have a good eye. I'm not the only person with a good eye, but mine is trained. And when I, like I said, with everything that shows everything about him, all the pictures I have of him, he's done. Put a fork in him. He's done.
All right. Well, I'll keep looking though. I mean, the height is just the hard part for me. I mean, he looks really tall. When you look at, Walter is his name, right? Yeah. When you look at Walter,
Right.
he just looks really tall to me. I mean, and this guy looks like he could be at least 6 feet. I don't know how tall Walter is, but he's definitely taller than Tommaso.
I don't know how tall Tommaso is. They're about the same size. I've seen them play. There's videos online that showed them standing next to each other. They're about the same size. And then you got the pictures of them, showing Early Black, showing the different pictures of them. You can go on Facebook and you can see them. Check them out online. Everywhere. Just check out Early Black. That's the name of their band, Tucson.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to get your own pictures and match them up.
Yeah,
But
I hear you.
if I was this guy, I'd roll. And I would, or turn on somebody, because he knows what the rules are. He's playing the game in the federal courthouse every day.
What is he going to court for?
He's a what do you call
Attorney?
he's an assistant federal public defender for the federal courthouse in Tucson.
Oh wow!
What is it? 350 Railroad Street.
Yeah, I've never looked into him, so I don't know much about him. But
yeah, that I bet the cops and the FBI said, nah, this guy is an attorney for the feds, works down at the courthouse. It can't be him. Well, guess what? It is.
man, you got I it's not really common. I hear somebody like for sure. I mean, I guess it is common. There's some people that really think that they know for sure. That's interesting.
I just want to say this. I started working on this about, 3 to 4 days after this started. When I first heard it, I was like, 84 years old. They grabbed an 84-year-old woman, and they still haven't returned her. and then you find out people think she's dead. And it was like, oh man, I'm 68 years old. I'm going after this guy. I'm going to find out who did it.
Yeah.
And I did everything in my ability to make sure, and I got him. He's done. There is nothing that the FBI and the cops can't do, can't say, can't prove. I mean, I would go to court and put my hand on a Bible.
Dang, man, those are some strong. That's some strong opinions there, man. You might be very close to $1 million in that case if you could prove it.
Well, that was long. I did that. I did that weeks ago.
Oh, I thought you were pertaining to Walter when you were saying that.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Walter, I would put my hand on the Bible and go to court and prove that it is him.
Hey guys, following the release of
and show
hey guys,
what do you call the jury exactly what what it is, how it matches, and that this guy, I can't it's the thing that really pissed me off was they did it to an 84-year-old lady who could hardly walk. They beat the hell out of her, made her all bled up. They probably carried her out, and then did more stuff to her.
Yeah.
Who knows? But, what they did was not right, and they deserve to get what they're getting. And whoever flips first gets the best deal.
I agree as far as them taking her out the home or taking an 84-year-old lady. They shouldn't be taking anybody.
No, they shouldn't be. It was just disgusting what they did.
Yeah, I hope whoever did this, gets what they deserve. That's for sure. All I could think about is, what if it was my grandma?
My mom is 90 years old, and
or my mom, not even grandma, my mom. Yeah, that's that's either way you slice it.
And I told her about this, and she said, "Well, first of all, I would fight." I said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay," and I know my mom is a fighter. She would not lay down for anybody. But things would happen, and but I'm sure this woman, whatever she has, she fought.
Oh, without a doubt.
Even half the sleep. Somebody waking her up in the middle of the night when and the one thing is her dog just happened to die a few weeks beforehand.
It was about a couple months, but yeah, it's pretty close. Several months, I think several months.
But what they did was wrong, and they deserve what they're going to get.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I appreciate you chiming in and sharing your thoughts, man. I'll keep that in mind for sure.
All right. Well, you got my phone number, so you can call me back anytime.
All right, will do. I appreciate you. Much love too.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Strong thoughts, man. He's got some strong thoughts. I mean, he's really sure. He's for sure. It's Walter, Tommaso's bandmate. What would Walter get out of it? Maybe Walter was going through a hard time and Tommaso promised him $500,000, $1 million. I'm going to tell you right now, that wouldn't be enough for me to go take anybody. I mean, nothing would be enough money for me, but I mean, just trying to put myself in somebody's shoes, very hungry for money or being rich. Some people fantasize on being rich and fantasize on how to get rich quick. And obviously that's not the way to go, but I mean, it just wouldn't be this whole thing. $6 million. That was their final demand for money. $6 million. I don't know how many times I can say over and over again, it's 2026. Even the $1 million reward itself isn't enough. Yeah, I agree with most people. They say that it's life-changing. I agree with that. But in this time, $1 million, You can spend it all in one day. Good morning, Lane Branton. How you doing? Good to see you in the chat. I mean, $1 million is a lot, but it's just not a lot in this time, to the point where it's going to last you a lifetime. Not even close. You can buy one thing with $1 million and you're broke right after that. Nancy's home is worth about that. What's the motive? I don't know. People keep saying follow the money, follow the money. And when you follow the money, it leads right back to Annie and Tommaso, or Tommaso. And a lot of people will tell you it's because they're low income. They don't really make a lot of money. But we have no facts. We don't know. Brandy, big welcomes. Good to see you, by the way. Welcome, Brandy Beck. Good to see you in the chat there. Judy, good to see you. Yeah, what's the motive? What was the motive? I love it when people are so sure like that, though. He is so sure. He's like, you know what? Like, I know for a fact it was Walter. Like, that is the guy. That's the guy. And he is done for. They are going to figure this out. They are, no doubt in my mind. But I don't know if that's going to lead up to Zach. Or I'm sorry, not Zach, Walter, the bandmate. I don't see that. But I mean, it's possible. It's very, very possible. That's an old pic of Walter. Look up a more recent one. I don't know. It's Walter Nash, right? I don't know what or not Walter Nash. It's Walter starts with a G. Goncalves. I don't know how to pronounce the name. There's really no other pictures that are more recent than the ones that they have. They have the one with them together. Unless you got one, you can feel free to email it to me. I don't mind showing it. But I don't see any pictures that are more recent than the ones that they have. There's very few pictures of Walter. Very few pictures. Yeah, I'm not seeing any pictures other than the ones that I've shown. I just look up recent pics. I mean, we could do that. I'll do recent. I don't know if that's going to change things, but because I feel like Google's fairly smart when it comes to your word selection based on what you're looking for. And here, I'll give you guys the most recent one I've ever seen. We'll do this one. So it's going to be this one right here. Watch. So for Walter, this is going to be the most recent one I've seen. If you got a more recent one than this one, then let me know. But this is the more recent one that I've seen. And just real quick, in comparison, we'll stretch this. In comparison to Porch Guy, I'll put him in the middle. I still don't see it. Adrian, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. Shouts to Adrian. I appreciate all your love and support, Adrian. Shouts to Adrian. Much, much love. So busy with work this morning, guys, but listening here in the background. Hope everyone is good this morning, afternoon. Lots of love to you and you all, and Juice. Adrian from Scottish. Much, much love. So that's all I see, guys. As far as pictures that are recent. So hopefully that's a good one for y'all in comparison to Porch Guy. I don't see anything else. Looks too skinny to be the perp? I think so. That makes it, I mean, that makes it even worse as far as like being able to compare him, even seeing that picture, to be honest. Which proves the point even more to the fact that I think that that's not our guy. Psychic says not even close. Yeah, I agree. The lips are different. Frank says it looks like him a lot. Monk said thin face. I don't know, guys. Oh, thanks, Grace. Grace has sent me a picture. I found it like right when she sent it too. Angela, if you're listening, tell your dad I said, or is it not Angela? Angie, if you're listening, tell Pops I said, Happy Father's Day. Jilly says by the time you pay taxes on $1 million, yeah, you get a little less than half that amount. $1 million is nothing. I mean, that's enough to buy a house, a decent house. It's not like back in the day where you could get a house, a mansion with $1 million. I mean, if you consider Nancy's home as a mansion, then yeah, I mean, there you go. But the only, what would be good about $1 million is to make a very good investment, but you definitely got to know exactly what you're doing, or it's got to be something good that's really going to make you more money and your money back at the same time. Good question. Oh, Judy says there's no tax on a reward. I've never really thought about that. Although we're not talking about taxes on rewards, but hey, that's a good point. Good morning, D. Hudson. How you doing, Electra? That's a good point. Or a good comment, really. I think there would be taxes, though. They would just give you all of the money? Let's look that up. That would be actually good to know, right? But you know what? Here's the deal. I'll put it this way. If you get $1 million at any point in time, whether it's a reward, whether it's given to you, the only way you're not paying taxes is if that $1 million is paid in cash. Because as long as the IRS knows, you're paying taxes. Anybody disagree? I'm just saying. I think that's a fact, because no matter, I mean, as long as you're getting some type of money and it's being recorded, you're going to owe to the IRS. You're going to owe unless you pay those taxes. So you're going to have to pay, or you're going to owe. Now, as far as you getting the money fully, yeah, you could get the money fully, yeah. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know how that works, but I think either way, you're going to pay taxes. Paige says, yes, you pay taxes on monetary gain. Yeah, exactly. Well, there are exemptions to tax gifts. No tax on tips. I don't know. I don't know about that one, because that all comes together for me. Like, let's just use, and this is not a reward, right? But I would assume a tip to be like a reward. Like, let's say I'm working for Uber Eats or doing like DoorDash, whatever, and all of that goes together. You know, the tips aren't separate from what I simply make from Uber Eats. It's all combined. As long as it's recorded based on what I've made, they're keeping track of all that. It's not going to separate itself. It's all in one. But I mean, good question. I don't know. I mean, with government views, you know, with government views, there's, when they view compensation, for the most part, I think some way, somehow you're going to owe, but I don't know. That's just me. I think it's viewed as compensation, is what I mean. Dang, the one night we have the phone line open, nobody's calling, right? I think we're going to try StreamYards this week. I think StreamYards might be good for the channel to try it out and see how effective that is. A lot of people using StreamYards. I'm not really big on it because I don't like the quality, and I don't like the way you navigate stuff on StreamYards. Dodger Girl Callie says, yep, definitely paying taxes. If you report the tips, you pay taxes here in New Mexico. That's what I'm saying, though. There's no way to you don't report them. They report themselves, because that's all going to come out on your stubs. That's all together. So if I have a $9 trip for Uber Eats and I ended up getting tipped $3, then that trip is automatically a $12 trip, and that's all going to be put in the stubs. I just know because I've done self-employment for quite some time when it comes to doing Uber and Instacart. Uber Eats and Instacart is what I did for a while. I did Uber Eats for like 3 years. And every time I ended up owing because I wasn't paying taxes for it, nor did I even know how. But luckily I found a way around it. But at the time I owed like $10,000. And I know that wasn't just from doing orders. The tips played a big part. Anyways, guys, enough about taxes. I don't know how do we get to taxes? My goodness. I wanted to pull up another point that Chris McDonough, man, that dude's awesome, man. I didn't even, until I watched him today, I mean, and just to know how powerful this guy is, just with him just letting everybody know, like, hey, you don't want to miss this one. Everybody was there tuning in with Chris today. It was amazing. It was an amazing show. It really was. And I really never have the time to sit down and watch somebody for 2 hours, besides like Criminal Network and Damien or JLR. And if I'm not watching, I'm listening. So I've never really watched the whole show with Chris until today, and it was a good show. It's actually nice to see Chris when he's not with the crew. Nothing against his crew, because I like was it Gary Bucato? I like him, and then I like the lab guy. They're both awesome too. And then there's another older gentleman on the show too. But it's always nice just seeing Chris and his wife, like when they do a show together. I like when she interacts and shares her, and as she always does. But I mean, I think they make a good, duo together. I love the way they do their show. It's pretty cool. And they correct each other. I love the way they kind of correct each other. And the way it's really, I mean, don't you wish you could talk to your wife that way, one day? Because I know some of us don't have the best relationships. Like, it's like, hun, you got to tell them, you know what I mean? Like, those are like some really, I mean, they just really seem like they have like the greatest relationship. Just the way they speak to one another and help one another out. It's inspiring, man. Not just the show, but just seeing how they interact is awesome. Lori says the biggest thing that people don't look at is when they say reward is up to 1.2 million, not saying you're getting 1.2 million. See, I'm not a big believer in the reward, guys. I don't feel like, and then let's just say I did, win the reward today. I don't think that I would get that reward right away. I don't feel like that reward. I feel like it'd probably be a year from now before I see that money. I don't know. How long do they make you wait when you win a reward for finding a missing person, But I think the good thing about that is you would get a reward with a reward. Like, I think people would find a way to send thank yous, through like Cash App or just certain platforms to say thank you. Especially for this particular case, I think there'll be people reaching out and assisting whoever that person is who found whomever it was that was missing. And I've never seen a reward this big either. So somebody brought something to my attention the other day, and I can't remember who it was, but I was looking at this the other day, and we could show this because it's not like we're going to ruin anybody's lives, but fugitives. So most wanted people, I think, is also a good thing to look at sometimes when it comes to missing folks. When you have a crime that, a high crime committed like this one, I think, looking at fugitives isn't a bad idea. I don't know if you guys have spent any time looking at fugitives to see if any of the fugitives align with the perp. But somebody brought that up, and I thought that was a very good idea. Although I'm sure that they would have, that person would have popped up by now, that had, anything that, aligned with what this guy looks like or any possibility there. There is a lot of fugitives on the FBI site. And I don't know if anybody's ever taken the time to look through these. But what if it is a person that is on the loose? I'm not sure why the FBI wants a lot of these people. I'm assuming it has to be pretty dang bad if the FBI is out for you. But these are most wanted people, as you can see at the top. And this is on the actual FBI site. God, the first guy looks like Aaron Cross. Jesus. But anyways, who knows? Who knows? I'm starting to believe that this person is right near Nancy somewhere. I love crime, guys. I really enjoy this. And even having to circle back and revisit things, that's kind of what crimes is about. I think you find yourself circling back a lot when it comes to crime, especially, particular situations like these. It's just crazy, and it really digs in at you. Like, it irks you when you can't find that person, or you're really trying to figure out who that person is. So I was messing around with the still image. As you guys saw earlier, I had changed the still image to a more clear picture that I thought, you know, would help with me, you know, trying to figure out if I could bring to light, you know, more of an image or more facial features behind that mask. I think it was June, she had brought it to my attention about the still image. And this is the clear image that I got when I asked them to change it to a clear image, or a sharpened image is how you would put it. But I got nothing, and it just wasn't the exact thing that I was looking for. There's Tommaso. We don't want to see him right now. Hold on, I want to pull up this picture really quick. I don't want to even see that one right now. That's not even the one we're looking for. I say tomorrow, guys. I think tomorrow, I say we really go out here and start hitting some places. Really just start getting out here, boots on the ground, and really start putting in the work to see if we can dig up any information. This picture gets me every time. Every time. But that's not what I'm looking for. That picture is always just, that's a one of a kind picture right there. That's one of those pictures that just have you thinking. Like, what if? What if? Like, man, I just can't imagine that. I can, because, you know, based on everything that he's done. Dang, chat, I might as well take this number down. I'm surprised nobody's chiming in. Did we miss a call? No, we didn't. Okay. All right. Nobody wants to call tonight. That's cool. I'm okay with that. I want to pull up this image really quick because I want to see if you guys see anything different with the still photo here. I have the image here. However, it's not the, I want a better image than the one that I currently have, because it's a fairly small photo of the still picture that was supposedly he was there on the January 11th date. And I want to pull that picture up, but the one that I currently have isn't the one that I'm looking for. So bear with me here. I'm going to find that image here and pull it up. And we're not even going to sit here and edit it and take a whole lot of time. We're just going to sharpen it. I sharpened it just last night, and I believe I must have misplaced it or something. I don't know what I did with it. But this is the image everybody keeps talking about, or we keep circling back to. And again, one of the people in the chat brought it up that they could see the face in this still image. So I'm going to put another one. I'm going to find another one right now, a better one though. And I'm just going to sharpen it. And I want to see if you guys could see a face. That's not the one that I had originally, though. There's one that's a little bit, it's about the same as that. However, it's just a little bit better than that one. Enhance, 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 enhance. Exactly. That's what we're going to do. Enhance it by sharpening it and giving it a little bit more definition. That's not the one we want, though. I'm looking for one on Google. If you guys have one that's much more clear, and they're not going to be clear because that picture is a terrible picture, period. But I have one that was a little bit better than that one. The problem is that one's actually not bad, but it's fairly small. And when I zoom in, you obviously lose a lot of quality when you zoom into a picture. And I've yet to be able to find one that's about a thumbnail size. Yeah, all of these are bad. And I could have sworn I had a better one. So I think what we'll do is we'll just stick with this one here until we can get a better one. Yeah, because the original one that I had was a lot better. And for the most part, I think it's already been enhanced. Because you can see in this one here, this is the original. But I have already had it a little bit sharpened there. But it's so terrible because it's so small. So we'll hold off on that. If you guys find a better one, I don't even want to sharpen that one because it's just a small photo and I had to zoom in. So we'll just hold off on that. What was the name of that app for crime in your area? I don't know. I don't have an app. That would be a good idea to get it though. Crystal says, Juice, have you seen Monk's Intrigue's last video? Yeah, we just watched it. Well, we didn't watch the whole thing, but we did watch it. At least the part that he's pointing out the nose. Bear with me, folks. I'm going to pull something up real quick here. I try to organize all of my photos, but there's just so many. And by the time I just never have enough time. So I like to look at this photo right here because you can kind of see the comparison of the two. What happened to my photo? I'm going to zoom in real quick though. And I should cut it. Ah, you can't. So to the left is the porch guy video. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cut this. We're going to cut that whole left part out. And some of the right. And the top. And I'm just going to play the video for a second here with this particular photo next to it. I like to do this because it helps us kind of compare. All right, where's my video here? I'm surprised no one's called. That is amazing. I'm absolutely amazed. Nobody wants to talk to me tonight. Everybody's phone shy. All right, I'm going to pull this up 1 second. Just want to make sure this video is looping. I guess we don't have the phone number up right this minute, but it's not hard to go back. And look at the phone number. I'm trying to line this up perfectly, so I'm sorry if it's taking a minute here. I guess it doesn't even matter at this point. And I wanted to loop this video, but it's not really working for me very well tonight. Red says I'm not awake enough to carry a combo. Nah, you don't have to, guys. You don't have to call it. I'm just messing with you. I just have nothing new to add. Don't want to. No, guys. You're good. You're good. Take your time, Juice. Yeah, I got plenty of time. Since nobody's calling right now, we've got all the time in the world, right? We go live. Are we not looping? Should be looping here. You calling Michelle? Dang, they putting Michelle on the spot right now. Michelle, you don't have to. I need this to loop, though. I don't want it to loop on that specific part. About right here. And I've got 2 videos. I guess I got one that's a little bit brighter. Well, I've got 3. And then I've got my little editing video. I like my video better because it's just much more clear to me. But I guess we don't really need to play it. And when you see, you notice, I don't know if you guys can see the gun, where the gun is at. You could kind of get a look at the belly right here to see if there's any belly. But when you look at the porch guy in the still photo, there appears to be somewhat of a belly there. And you see where the jacket is at down below there, right? Just before the gun, like where the zipper's at, how it kind of goes in. To me, that's what I question, because it separates him from the guy in the still photo to me. It doesn't seem like this guy has a belly whatsoever. But when you're looking at the still photo, you see a gut. I'm trying to pull up my my arrow here. I got an arrow I like to use. It's like behind all the pictures, so I can't pull it up here right away. Hold on. We're almost there. I got way too many photos in here, guys. We got to start getting organized. This is terrible. And I usually am very organized. And you can see a gut like right here. Like right here. Right on the tip of that arrow right there. You can see a gut. But I question sometimes if that's the gut or is that the gun. Is the gun there? Or is that his gut? Because I'm seeing like an indent circle right about here. See how there's kind of like a circle there? It's not like a full gut that goes from here to here. It's more like it starts about here. Right in here. And then it kind of wraps around here, here, right at the tip, if you follow the tip of that arrow. So I wonder, and not to say, you know, I don't know, because that gun goes all the way down and covers the crouch. So maybe I'm wrong, because yeah, it goes past the crouch. So no, it wouldn't be covered. But I wonder though, you know, if that gun is tucked in, because you can put a gun in opposite way. And it could be tucked in the pants. But no, I'm going to have to pass on this one, I guess. Maybe it's just a gut. But it stops there. It doesn't really, and maybe guts just hang over like that, though. Yeah. It's hard to say. It really is. And he never really pauses to get that same angle that he has, you know, on that still image. So I would have to say that it is a different guy. And then we look at the shoes. Gotta be a different guy. And in this image I have up, it doesn't have the shoes showing, but well, I guess I don't have it all the way in the screen. Let me shrink it a bit. Yeah, so maybe it is. Maybe it is just a gut, and I'm overthinking it here. But it's almost like it's just, I don't know. I just don't know. And it's hard to say that the mask is different because the picture is it's just so pixelated there. The quality is so terrible. DJ?
DJ, yes.
Hey, how you doing, DJ? How you doing?
I feel bad you're sitting there like just waiting for anybody to call, so you knew I had you back.
You're good. You're all right.
No, I'm looking at that picture, and I mean, it's been a while since I've been thin, but when I was thin, that right there where your arrow is where it would bunch up on me when I was like, if it was like a size too big, it would bunch up right there, and it would make me look like I had a gut, and I would be real self-conscious about it and try to like push it down so people would not be looking at what wasn't my gut.
Yeah.
That's just kind of my thought on that. But if you wanted to bring up the timeline,
yeah, no problem.
the official timeline, I do have some questions. I know the last time I called in, well, not the last time, but the time before, we were talking about the garage door opener. And at the beginning of the timeline, I read it real quick. And did you get the video that I sent of you from Mob's live stream with Monk?
Are you talking? Wait, Mob? Are you talking? Is that the lab guy,
Yeah.
or who is that? Or you talking about Mab Investigate?
Mom. It's Mab Investigates. Yeah, Mab, sorry. And his wife, they have a stream together. Well, he played a video of Monk talking about the timeline and all of that stuff, and how when they first got there, well, hold on, let me not say that first. But the Wi-Fi disconnected. Remember I asked you and was talking about how they could disconnect the garage door app thing?
Yeah.
Well, if they had disconnected the Wi-Fi somehow, if they had jammers, that's been the whole discrepancy, whether it was jammers or not, or if somebody just disconnected the Wi-Fi, that would have deactivated anything to do with the garage door. So I'm still on board with that whole thing. But a caller called in the other night that made me think that I don't know how we could find out. I don't know if we could find out if Annie and Tommaso, A&T, had Nancy's car that night, and that's why she Ubered over there.
I think so. I don't think she would have drove at night regardless, though.
Well, right. But what I'm thinking is, I share a car with my mother. Well, I do kind of, but it's not beyond the realm of possibility that A called her and said, "Hey, Ma, why don't you come over and play games tonight? But can I borrow the car? And, one of us will drop you off home." Because after I called the last time and mentioned this, the lady behind me called and she completely dismissed the whole situation, which is fine. That's her opinion. We're only working on opinions and, theories right now. But she said that Nancy's car would have to be there to do it, and it would all have to be together. So that made me think that maybe A&T had her car.
Yeah.
So, and I think that's a high possibility because, it would be nothing strange for me to call my mother, on good terms and say, "Hey, our car's not working and can borrow your car and we'll drop you off home. We'll Uber you here and no big deal." But I'm not sure where she Ubered from because that's never really been released as far as I know. So we don't know where she came from to get to A&T's house and we know how long she stayed roughly because of the garage door opening. But like I said, then it said something about the Wi-Fi loses connection. And so that keeps my theory in that whole category, that he stayed behind, he stayed in there, and they might have picked him up later on, or he could have gotten dropped off if he had hired or gotten all these people to help him with it. I think Chris was onto something. I think that, with a bottle of water and $40, that the people in that park would pretty much do anything.
Yeah.
And so I kind of agree with that, but that's a whole nother rabbit hole. So I can't say who all of the men are, but that's my whole theory still. And like I said, if A&T had her car, that really cinches it in for me. That he took her home, they went up, the door went down within 2 minutes. He stayed and said, "Here, I'll help you with putting stuff away. Let me help you get into bed." And because, A took care of her. So he was there and he was like, "Okay, well, let me help you with this, this, and this." But I have a question for you. And I don't know if you're willing to answer it or if you have an opinion or not. But what do you think about the whole RN situation? Going in that direction with, I don't know, it's.
No, I hate to say it because I know, Patriot Pride is gonna, I think he's got something going on with him tomorrow, I think, but no, originally I would have loved to, get, Richard's story and stuff like that, but at this point, I I don't really want to take everybody on a goose trail because that's what I feel like that's all Richard has to offer at this point. I think he's mentally got something going on. It's very interesting though. It's you know, and it would be even more crazy if we turns out that he is like telling the truth, you know, because you never know nowadays. But I think. Go ahead.
Sorry. When I watched the first one with Patriot Pride, I believed that he believed everything he was saying. I was on board with that. And then I watched the Burger Chef cipher on Sleuth channel. And again, I still believed he believed what he was saying. And I do believe that even if half of that's true, I believe that there has to be some kind of mental trauma that comes with that, obviously, and I think everybody can agree with that. So I'm not willing to say that he is BS crazy or anything like that, but you know, like, I mean, he talked about John Bonet and that whole thing, and Chris is actually, he hasn't finished all of it yet, but he's actually going down, him and his, the cold case force, they are actually, John Ramsey hired them to finally just get some answers. He sent over like 23,000 documents to them, and he opened up everything. He said, you have access to anything that you need. So I've been really kind of watching that. And that poor little girl was killed with a garrote, you know, and the people that did it knew what they were doing. And so I don't know, I see some of the similarities, and I can kind of see, I don't believe quite in the cipher, because there is another video that Monk did. He's done a 6-part thing on the Zodiac Killer, and I've watched all 6 today. I just started watching him today, but he did a 6-part thing on the Zodiac Killer, and somebody, a husband and a wife in like the 70s, did they cracked the code on the cipher, and it's just a letter basically saying I kill for fun and you guys are nothing, and it's this whole thing. So I made a channel today, and I kind of did like a reenactment of it was supposed to be funny, but anyway, so their thing, it was kind of like just basically saying that anything could mean anything on that page. You know, if you look long enough and if you link enough things up, it can all make sense. So I'm not completely convinced about that. However, I am kind of leaning towards the fact that John Bonet, now see, that's one thing I would like to talk to Alex about, because Alex seems to know. I remember him talking up on the island one night that he has talked to John Ramsey. He has cleared him completely. He knows who did it, and he mentioned names. And I'm trying to remember what those names are, but I can't. I just can't pull them out of my head. But so I do kind of believe that could have been this situation. The cipher aside, like I said, that's just a whole bunch of things that could mean anything. But that John Bonet's case, unfortunately, I mean, like, I was in high school when that happened, but that whole situation does line up with the I'm trying to think of the word, the tactics that his so-called stepdad and stepbrother did do. So I'm interested in tomorrow and how that, you know, how it's going to play out and what he says. But I don't know. I'm trying not to go down that rabbit hole until I find out more information. Like, I guess Sleuth has basically said that he's done and over with talking to him. That's just the gist that I got. But I'm interested. I'll still watch tomorrow. But like I said, you know, people in the chat are always talking about, you know, like, well, we have nothing new and this is all old news. So I didn't really want to call because I really didn't have anything new to add to the situation. So it was just one of those things where, but with the timeline, And that's what I was saying is that, like, the Wi-Fi disconnected. And Monk did a video about how the one good thing about a Nest as opposed to a Ring camera is that the Nest, once you disconnect it and it's disconnecting from Wi-Fi, it's still going to work. It's still going to record. And it will, once the Wi-Fi reconnects, it will upload those pictures. And he said that I didn't know about her phone. I didn't know where her phone was. That was another question that I had. But he said that Pima County had the phone. So even if there's no subscription, I have a Roku camera, and I don't have a subscription. I just have like an old phone that I keep up where I can watch it live, or, you know, but even if I leave the house, it'll give me notifications on my phone. It'll just say that event, you know, like there was a motion detected.
Mm-hmm.
I can't go back and watch what it was without the subscription, but I just know that something happened outside, and it could be one of the 100 people that live around here, you know, so I don't really pay much attention to it. But that's one thing that he had said, is that once that reconnected, and he kind of went in the direction that I was talking about, that if after, because apparently the perp destroyed the camera. I didn't know exactly what happened to the doorbell cam, but he said that he like kind of destroyed it, and he feels that the guy, the porch guy, thought that he had destroyed it and thought that it was done and over. So, but he said that seems to kind of fit where he stayed behind and like a cleanup crew, I guess, and that he had that in his pocket. And once everybody left, because he's pretty sure that there was jammers, but once everybody left and he thought it was destroyed and the internet was reconnected, that it just uploaded that footage. But it seems like there would be more footage in front of it but he also said that he thought it was like more of a cleanup, like as far as technological cleanup, where he went through the phone and deleted all the old notifications and stuff like that up until that time. But I don't see why he wouldn't delete what he had put, you know, like of him, like he left that. But that could have been because he didn't think that it was going to upload his video. But on another hand, I started to go down that rabbit hole that I talked about earlier, in sage, which I did confirm that grows in Arizona. I'm not from there, but sage grows in Arizona, you know, pretty much wildly. And there is a connection with sage and satanic emblems.
Yeah, you guys can send photos.
Sage it's supposed to be like a cleansing, not a spiritual cleansing like we would think of it, but however they think of it, it's something to do with that. But, and I don't know if that was what that was, but regardless, I'm still sticking to my theory, and I know I feel that somebody
You can
stayed
send
behind
no photos to that number.
and took care of her phone, did all that stuff, and then just left when they wanted to, or when their ride came.
I think the phone part of it, like as far as them deleting stuff in the phone, is a high possibility. But as far as there being a Wi-Fi jammer, no, because you have to think about everything that they were able to do. Like, you know, with like how we got to Carlos, and then, you know, with them being able to dig up this footage was only because, you know, this footage being stored in a cloud. If there was no Wi-Fi,
Right.
you know, that wouldn't have been possible. So that's why I've eliminated the Wi-Fi portion of, you know, I don't think that there was a jammer at all. And then, like they
Right.
say, when you look at whatever's in his pocket, the jammer normally has about 4 antennas. And Monk did mention that it'd probably heat up and get too hot at some point in time. I don't know if that part would be true, but I truly think that this
Yeah,
guy was smart enough not to use a phone, and he was aware. That's why sometimes I question whether or not it was law enforcement that was involved, because some you have to be smart to not to know that. I mean, you got to know something. You know, you're not going to just know to not, you know,
right.
have your device with you if you're going to commit a high crime like this. But I don't know. I think those are some things to consider as far as, you know, a Wi-Fi jammer being effective. And then they
Yeah.
were able to
But
tell
there was,
also the pacemaker. That all revolves around Wi-Fi being connected.
right.
So
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, for every answer I think I come up with, I have 20 more questions. So I think like everybody else, but
yeah.
I don't know. Okay. But anyway, I see the chat blowing up telling me to get off the phone. I just wanted to entertain everybody. I have to go let the dogs out, so I'll let somebody else call. But I just wanted to
It's
reach
all
in.
right.
Like I said, I didn't have nothing new. But
Nobody was
anyway,
calling. We appreciate you calling. You're okay. Don't let them make you get off the phone. Come on, chat. Really?
come on,
It's not
nobody
like you
makes me
guys are
do
gonna
nothing.
call.
Right? None of you did. I'm just kidding. But no, anyway, I got a dog crossing his legs, so I'll take him outside. But anyway, that's really all I had to offer. It's just kind of rethinking everything. But we'll find out here when the case, I think that court case is going to cinch things for me. I really do. Depending on how what he says and how it comes out, if he says anything. So I'm looking forward to that. But I'll call you in soon.
All right, DJ. Thanks for calling.
All right. Much love, everybody.
Yes, indeed. Much love to you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah, she had a lot. She had a lot. And I'm glad she called. Shouts to DJ calling in since nobody else was calling. She had a lot to say, but it's just hard to say with the for the Wi-Fi jammer. No, there's no way because I mean, there's just too many things to consider as far as Wi-Fi working. And one of those things that I mentioned just now was the pacemaker. And then the fact that they were able to find Carlos, and then the video from the actual Ring camera being uploaded to a cloud. No way. It's the juice.
Hey, Juice, this is Lee.
Lee. You said Lee?
Lee, L-I.
Oh, Lee. Well, I don't know if have we spoke before? I don't
Yeah.
think we've spoken on the phone.
No, I think I attempted and you couldn't pick up. That was the time when you were out on the phone of Nancy's.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'm glad we were
No
able to
worries,
connect
don't
today.
worry. Yeah, I sent you an email back in June 5th, and where I was showing you 2 pictures. Well, initially, I think was just one, maybe. Actually, a couple now that I think about it. And I was showing you a picture where there were 2 cars.
Mm-hmm.
And when the guy was standing, I believe it was a lot clearer looking at the car on the right, facing east. And then it's that second picture I sent you where that morning you had a you were streaming. So I woke up and I said, wow, I go and looked at your video. So I took that video and I didn't alter it. All I did is I zoom it because it looked more grainy. And when the porch guy was bending, picking up the plant, I believe that's when the the car on the left, it seemed like it was facing west, the opposite, and it looked like a bigger car. I don't know if it's a van or a standard SUV. Actually, more, I don't know, standard, a little bit bigger than a basic SUV. Do you see that email I sent you? I actually showed you
It's spelled
before.
Lee. You said
Li.
Li. I don't.
I
Let me
think
see.
it's Li. Let me see.
So
Oh,
L
that was the
is it?
email.
You said Lii.
L.
How do you spell it? Say it again.
L as in Larry. I as in ice cream. Yeah.
Just Li.
I believe so.
I don't think you.
I had two emails. I can't remember which one. Hold on.
I have a
Let me check.
Lee, but I don't have a Lii.
It's Lib. L as in Larry. I as in ice cream. B as in boy. It starts with the first two letters. That's
I don't think you sent me an email.
Are you sure? I forward from you. I might have forwarded you. It's subject to vehicles, I believe. Nancy Guthrie Case /2 vehicles. I initially actually sent it to Alex, and then I forwarded it to you.
I was gonna say maybe
Hold
you
on.
sent it to somebody else. Maybe you thought you sent it to me because I would have had that up by now.
Hold on, okay? Let me forward it to you right now. I believe I thought I did. Maybe that was where I did. Hold on, okay? I'm gonna send it right now. Yeah, and I thought, wow, I go, that's even make more sense when I sent another picture. Yeah, I believe I didn't. Yeah, I'm gonna look at my email. And what is your email?
So it's my last name, first name, 22 at Gmail. So Bradshaw Troy 22 at Gmail.
Gmail. Okay. All right, I'll forward this to you right now. Forward. Bradshaw. Bradshhaw.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Troy, Troy.
Yes.
And then 22.
Correct. Yeah. At Gmail. Front door camera's battery operated, still works, and will upload all recordings once reconnected to Wi-Fi. Perp did not count on that. Good point. Yeah. I mean,
Gmail.
I think it was connected the entire time. I don't think it disconnected at all. And if it did, it was one of those disconnects and then it was connected right away.
Did just now.
Or it reconnected right away.
Actually, I do see it. I did send it to you on June 5th. So, I know you get a lot of emails, I'm sure that's why.
Oh, that's because that's not your email name.
Yeah, that's why. It's the email that starts with LIB, but.
Oh, okay, yeah. So there's two. I guess it's two. I guess it says I was looking for your.
Yeah, no worries. I just don't want to give my full name there.
No, I didn't want to say it either. I almost did. I'm like,
yeah, thank you
mind.
for being respectful.
Yeah.
But you see that? I thought that was interesting to see that making more sense.
Dang, it looks like
and I do agree for sure there are two cars. And I wanted to ask you because, okay, I know people are trying to figure out, okay, if they had to grab Nancy, or if it's one person, I'm trying to see, okay, so your girlfriend is short, right?
Yeah.
And imagine, can you carry your girlfriend?
Yeah.
Like really, like,
easy.
You know.
And she's close
easy,
to
right?
about Nancy's
Okay.
weight. Yeah.
All
That's why I
right.
say one
And
person is so capable of this, like, easily.
So this guy, the porch guy, though, I don't know if it matters by height or weight. That's what my question is. Because my boyfriend is as tall, probably as you. He's 6'4", and I'm 4'10", and he couldn't carry me. It was too scared maybe to carry me. But anyway, I guess it just depends on the guy. But now you're probably more. So he's older, so you're younger. It probably just depends, right? But I'm trying to imagine if one person can actually carry Nancy, because it's different when it's a dead weight. Depends if she is put down, right? Would
Yeah.
the weight be different?
Like if I pick you up a certain type of way?
Yeah. If you were to carry a dead person versus someone who's alive, would the weight be different?
Oh, for sure. Dead weight is much more
Heavier, right?
heavier, yeah. And you
So
know, I think it's even much tougher if you add into the fact that somebody's resisting, or they're trying to prevent you from doing that too. I don't think it would be as equal as to somebody just simply being dead, but I know that when you pick somebody up by the legs, it's much more easier to lift them than it is to just kind of lift them up as you would a baby.
it also
But
depends how she's carried, because
yeah,
you had to be creative. Because if you had something to drag her, like in a blanket or something, like
yeah,
I'm short, I'm very creative. I could actually like find a way to get a big desk out of my house, which I've done before. And all I did is took a four-wheel, what do you call it, wooden thing, and dragged the desk, even though the desk was a lot bigger than the four-wheel thing where I had it laid on. But anyway, so if it were one person, they would just drag her with well, more likely if she's dead, drag her with the blanket or a sack and pull her, right? But then that would leave a mark up on is it gravel to the car. But I think that they got in. I'm saying they because I think it's two people now that I see two vehicles out.
yeah,
They would have gone to the back and then out to the front. Because after seeing, especially the interviewer, Chris McDonald, said that when he went there yesterday, I believe, the past few days, he he now see how close actually the driveway is to the road than it appeared watching on video.
right.
That's kind of what he said.
And
Even on the driveway, I mean on the front
also,
where the door is.
just to make a quick point, one thing that people don't think about is if they didn't go out the front, what would be the point of removing the cameras? What would be the point? You know what I mean? Because this camera is facing the right of the driveway. If you're standing looking out her door, it does not face the left, and her door is not vertically facing the road. So you know for sure when you approach that door that camera is facing a certain way. But the whole intent, I think, of him moving the Ring camera in the front is so they're not seen in the car doing whatever they're doing, because they know that they need to get closer to the driveway in this way. I don't think they really thought this through. But Nancy's room is closer to the front door, not the back. So
Yeah,
logically, I'm going to carry you out the front door, and that's going to be the shortest route when you're carrying a body.
exactly.
But people don't keep that in mind. There's no purpose and intent to remove a Ring camera or any other cameras if I'm going to take you out the front door, or if I'm not taking you out the front. That, I mean, to me. But some people would argue that she's taken out the back. But I agree with you. I think that there's more than one person. I don't think one person did it, but I don't look past the fact that there's one person, you know, capable of it. I know you mentioned dragging the person out. I wouldn't say it's logical pertaining to what happened, because
Unlikely. I don't think she would have been dragged like that. That's why I thought
no,
two
because
people
of,
may have been involved.
yeah, because of the blood, you know, the blood wouldn't drip like that dragging somebody, or at all. So she was definitely carried at some point. But because I
I
know
think that's
Nancy was gonna fight for sure.
yeah. Especially who was that in the news I saw? They interviewed an old lady, almost like the same age of Nancy, and the way they sounded like, even at 83, this lady could fight the way it sounded. She experienced the same stomach issue as Nancy, and
Yeah.
she was like sick all over.
Mm-hmm.
So, but she was able to get out of it. I don't remember the whole details. I don't think I watched the whole thing, but I thought that was interesting to see that. But it's it makes more sense for them to drag her to the front door, or maybe in the driveway, where
Yeah.
as far as the car, I heard the lady before me, I believe, or the one before her, I can't remember, but saying that they could have taken the car of Nancy. That's why she had to take the Uber. But then, if they had to drop her off, did they return the car? Then how did they got back? Maybe did they? Oh, maybe I had, you know. But that's like seems like a lot of work to. It's just kind of weird that they had to do that. They probably had to have a plan going on. So, but anyway, I'll leave you to that. And I believe the other guy on the right, uh, I think that's a different person. The other guy in a mask.
Oh yeah, the still image. Yeah, I think so.
Do you? Yeah. And he could be wearing an outfit that's a bit longer or larger than his. But definitely he seemed like a different person. And the way he stands is, I don't know. What do you think? You think that you did say he's a different person, right?
I think it is. I mean, I think there's a. I mean, I think there's a possibility. There's just not enough there to really say. You know, the shoes, different shoes isn't enough for me to say, oh, that's a different person, because that's a different day. So he could have definitely had different shoes. And if you're casing a place, you know, obviously, I think I would probably change my shoes, just because wearing the same shoes might not be the best idea either. I don't know, but it's hard to say. You know, I go back and forth with that. It's just not enough
Yeah,
there for me to say that's a different person for sure.
and I do think, even though the jacket was long or bigger, I do think that he could have a gun underneath, because if you're gonna be acting like that, you have something to protect yourself just in case he gets caught or something. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, if you had to be in his, perspective on his side, would you be doing something like that to carry a gun to protect yourself just in case? That's the,
I would.
exactly. So that's what I think he has in that. Uh, but definitely for sure they're two different people. So, but anyway, I'll leave you be. It's nice talking to you, Troy.
You too, and thanks for
Mhm.
calling. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts.
Yeah, prayers to you as well, and Alex and 857. And now just remember that solutions only exist when there's a problem.
Yeah,
This is partly a solution here
good point.
and may even solve the other part of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and things will come out, better than it appears to be. So this is only, I think that's why these things happen.
Yeah,
So, but anyway,
good point.
I just want to leave you that good positive thought, and you have a good morning, okay?
Yeah, you too, and thanks for calling, and I appreciate you, sending prayers our
You're
way.
welcome,
And
Troy.
well, shouts to Lee calling in. I didn't realize I missed her email quite a while ago, around June 5th. That's crazy. I try to get back to everybody in the emails. So if I missed your email and I don't respond like within a couple of days, feel free to send me another email, because I guess I'm not always the best at responding. And after everything that's happened, the emails have just been flooded like crazy, and people are starting to figure out my Facebook. So those are just getting ridiculously crazy. I would say the Facebook is far more crazier than the emails are. So just give me time if I don't respond, or just blow me up if you have to. Mr. Juice.
Good morning, Juice from Stowe, Ohio. My name's Karen, love from Stowe. How are you this morning?
How you doing, Carol? I'm doing all right.
I got a couple theories about this Nancy Guthrie case. This has been on my mind, and I haven't really been able to get a hold of anybody else to talk to them. Okay, number one, I know people think this was for a ransom and all, but I'm going to tell you why I believe they wanted. I got two things to tell you. I believe why they wanted to get you guys out of there is they wanted to start packing that house up and getting rid of stuff to get people in there to sell it, and they didn't want nobody to know. But I got another question on this,
I hear a lot of
too.
people say that.
Yeah, I got another question, too. Nancy, even though there's really, nobody's claimed a ransom, and I believe nobody's claimed it because we all know who's involved. But let me explain something to you. Remember something. She's not considered deceased. She's only considered missing. And at her age, what kind of money is she drawing? Since she's not considered deceased, her Social Security and all would still be going into the bank and all. And also so would her pension because she worked at the university. So the thing is, somebody is having access to that money.
You don't think they're keeping an eye on that?
No, because I really believe because of Savannah being so far away, I believe Annie was in control and that tomato. To help keep the bills and all paid and everything.
Yeah.
I really do. Because if you recall, there's something else I got to tell you too. Everybody's complaining why the sheriff waited 4 days to allow the FBI to come in.
Say that one more time.
Everybody's wondering why the sheriff there waited 4 days. Now listen to me really good. Why the sheriff waited 4 days to let the FBI come in, but nobody has seemed to think about what he did. All right, if you remember, Savannah was supposed to go to Italy for the Olympics. But one person did go, but Savannah had to stay back. It was Tommaso, and he left within those 4 days. Before 4 days was up, he was able to get out of here. And if people don't remember, he was off and gone to Italy for the Olympics. But if you also remember, once it was turned over to the FBI, the family was cleared like days before the Olympics was over with. And I believe it was part of the FBI using that to clear him to make sure Tommaso came back.
Yeah, it's possible.
Look at the timeline. Look at the timeline. I believe, truthfully, they know what happened, but they don't know how to bring it out to Savannah and them. and they're trying to figure out who's involved with them, because whoever they catch in this crime, he's going to be implicated, and they don't know how to tell that family in Savannah.
I think that's really a high possibility. Yeah. As far as them how to tell them, I don't know. I think they would know how to deliver that.
Well, I think it's because it's going to be such a high profile case and all. I said, they're trying to keep everything under wraps so that when it does come out, it's not going to be good. I really do in my heart.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point.
How's your guys' weather there this morning? Because we're getting the rain.
We're at 73 right now.
It's raining here crazy in Ohio. But, that's just some thoughts I've had. I've been picking this case with you guys from day one, and there's just no way. I just feel there is an involvement there with the tomato. I really do. I don't think they can. I mean, nobody's claiming the ransom. And most mothers, if you knew your kid did something like this, would have turned somebody in for that kind of money.
Yeah.
You'd be afraid for your own life. There's definitely some involvement there that way. But, yeah, you guys take care and just think about, the things. But I think that they've got something planned for that house, and they need everybody out of there. But you guys are going to fight this, and you're going to get out of it, because that guy is a jerk there.
Yeah.
That Nanos. And you guys are going to be safe. You know what? God's with you guys all the way. Yeah. Especially you. You never did nothing. You're the most quietest thing out there. You're the quietest, and you just sit there all quiet. You can't even hear you talk half the time on the phone when you're talking.
Really?
When you're sitting out there, you got to talk a little louder. Yeah, because, I keep turning my TV up and up and up. But, yeah, you're so quiet. You'll get out of this. You're going to fight this. Really, you are.
Yeah.
Because they're jerks.
That's crazy. I got a mic to try to sound a little louder. I thought that was good. I can hear me fine. I didn't know that was too
I can hear you real good right now, but sometimes your voice is really, really, real low. You're real like my grandson. My grandson's like you, too. Yeah.
It's too funny. I never heard that one.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I got to talk some more then.
Yeah, because I love listening to you talk. My grandson says, "Oh, Granny, 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 you're too funny with these guys." I said, "But I love it." I said, "I love you guys, I really do. I love you,
we
kids.
love you, too.
Okay, sweetie, you have a great one, and take care, and God bless, and don't worry about that, because you're going to fight it all the way.
I appreciate that. God bless you as well.
All right, honey. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. Why do people keep saying that? I don't know why that bothers me when people say that. Not bother me, but I don't know why. I just don't agree with that. Like when people say that they got us out of there so they could do something with the house. Maybe so. But I don't know. Part of me says that people are overthinking it when they say that. And I only say that because media's been there for quite some time, and not only, they've been there, we've been there for quite some time too, What do you mean when you say that they're going to do something to the house? Because the only thing I could think of is them like having, let's just say Nancy's in the septic tank. Well, that's the only thing I could think of that they would need us to be out of there for, so they could do something like that. But otherwise, I don't think they would be removing us to let workers come in to get the house ready to be sold. I don't know. I don't see it. How you doing, Shannon? Big welcomes. And Mary, welcome. Corvette Girl, good seeing you. East Tenant, TN, welcome. By the way, I don't know if I said hello to some of you guys in the chat, but how you doing, guys? How y'all doing? Doug, how you doing? You have a loud voice, Juice, Lee says. I didn't think that I wasn't loud enough. She said I'm just the quietest thing. She said she usually has to turn her TV up, but yeah, that's the first. Oleg says, like the night all the lights were on, Juice, last week, the bright floodlights on inside what Lauren saw. I just don't overthink stuff, or I don't like to think I'm overthinking stuff, though. Like for me, I would keep it in mind if I saw the light on, but the first thing that would come to would the first thing coming to mind wouldn't be that, like someone's home. I wouldn't instantly think that someone's home, because I think of all the times that I've been there and there being lights on here and there. Not only that, somebody can go by the house at any time and leave a light on and leave, you know? I don't know. I don't really think much of it. This is the Juice.
Hey, Juice, how are you?
I'm all right. How you doing?
Good. Okay, I have a few things I would like to speak upon.
Let's do it.
We have spoke many a times.
Sounds kind of
I
familiar.
honestly feel that the porch guy is staged. They did go out the back door with Nancy. Okay? The porch guy was sent there to have the distraction all on him. Okay, now we've got a guy in a mask. We've got a guy, approaching the door.
Mm-hmm.
That porch guy was there for planting the evidence that they could make it look like it was something, and to make sure that there was nothing left behind in that house to be traceable.
Yeah.
I honestly feel that porch guy is not the person that did anything other than what he was told to make sure nothing was left behind and to make sure he is caught on camera. Because if you are searching a place and you're scoping it out days before, weeks before, months before, the first thing you're going to notice is a camera. You're going to be prepared more than what that porch guy showed coming into that porch. You're going to know exactly where to go, what angle to walk onto the porch. He gallivanted up there like he was shocked and surprised that he saw a camera.
Yeah.
Don't you think if you're scoping a place out, the first thing you're looking for is cameras? Where's the cameras? So when I come here, where do I have to go to remove these? You're not going to walk up there and just, oh no, I forgot this camera, and go back and get something to cover a camera up. You're going to have something in your backpack to cover that camera quickly, number one. And I just feel that they're looking for a description of this guy that is no longer involved, or probably not even around, to be honest, that is not even relevant to the case, that he was there to show an object, more or less. Hey, I'm here. When all the crimes were done in the back of the house, that's why the floodlights were busted, is my opinion.
So even adding under pressure into the factor, you don't think he could have forgot anything?
No, nope. I think he was there more or less. So they're looking for this one shaped person, this one person with these eyes, these features, when the real perp is nothing like this one. He was there to cover up the crime that happened behind that house, is my theory. Because like I said, if I'm going to go do something and I'm scoping a house, they show this perp supposedly being there twice, if I'm not mistaken, before the crime actually happened. The first thing you're looking at is cameras. You're going to come prepared to when you walk on that porch, that camera is going to be destroyed right away. You're not going to take the time out to say, oh no, and then turn around, walk back out, grab something to walk back in. If you're scoping an area, the first thing you're looking for is, where is all the cameras? What angles do I need to come in on?
100%.
What do I need? You're not just going to walk up on a porch and say, oh, there's the camera. Let me turn around. Let me go find something to cover it up in. If you were scoping that place out, that camera would have been an eye. I mean, anybody can spot a camera. these days, unless they're hidden in a flower pot. But usually they're not on a door cam. You're going to know that camera's there.
Yeah, if
This
that's
guy walked up like no worries in the world, like he had no pressure. I think that the crimes happened in the back of that house, and he was there to throw off distraction as, oh, there's the perp. There he is. He's approaching the front door.
yeah.
Let's look for this guy, the shape of this guy's colors of his eyes, this guy's this, that, and he's has nothing to do with the crime. He's there to, he has something to do with the crime, but he's there to cover up. In case they left any mess behind, he's there to clean up.
You have a point there. I mean, if I'm on a mission and that's my mission to dismantle those cameras, then yeah, I'm definitely gonna achieve that goal. I'm not gonna forget where the cameras are at.
The one
especially
video,
like 3 or 4. Yeah.
The one video that shows him approaching, what was it, June the 10th or 11th? January. It shows him coming up to the porch. He would have seen that camera that day.
For sure.
So now he knows I can't go through the front because I can't get to the camera until I get to the door. So now I'm going to have to walk around the back and see, can I get in somewhere without that camera face, looking at me, or how can I destroy that camera as I'm approaching that back door? So they already knew that the front door was you had to walk up to the door to do anything to that camera.
Yeah. The one thing I always say too. Go ahead.
Yeah, I get where a lot of people, saying about A&T. And I thought the same thing. I'm not going to lie. I said, that son-in-law, he's hiding something. But then when you go searching and see where they sold their first house, and they had like a $255,000 profit.
Mm-hmm.
So then it's like money motive isn't even showing any facts. You can't prove that Nancy was their loan shark because, there's no tracing if she was their loan person that kept loaning money. I think that deeply it's going to come down to, I don't want to say cartels because they go for big stuff, not little chump change. But I think it was just happens to be in that area, like Chris said, with that park, that they figured they were going to be able to get Nancy and get money out of this for drug habit, maybe. Or for another, reason, I guess. But I honestly do. And at first, I can say I thought family was not all family. I thought one person in the family, just one, was guilty as could be. But more that I watch you, Chris, and all the other streamers, I'm starting to think, I don't know if family really is. Because what would their motive be? They would she'd have to be alive. And if someone took her and Nancy knew them, it would not have been a fight to get out of the house. She wouldn't be in distress to where she could have, a heart attack. If she knew that person, then Nancy would still be, hopefully still is alive. But I'm saying like if she isn't, because it's been, 5 months. My thing is, if Nancy knew the person that did this to her, she wouldn't have had to fight him because she would feel comfortable.
If they didn't have a mask on.
Right, but you figure if they go in and they tell her, hey, look, they're not going to have that mask on every time they're around her.
Yeah.
So I honestly think that inside job, I just kind of put that back on the back burner a little bit because the children, if any children, son-in-laws, uncles, aunts, cousins, whatever is involved, the main thing is they're not going to get anything if they don't prove life, they weren't going to get no ransom. Nothing.
Get a house.
And if she would know somebody, and they're going to, if you're taking your mother-in-law out, first thing you're going to let her know is who you are after you get her where you need to go.
Yeah.
And then she's going to say, they're going to say, oh, we're only doing it because someone was after you for your safety. Just hang here. We've got you. They're going to want her alive because they're not going to get nothing for years until they can prove what happened. And I just feel that, to me, it's not family, because what would they have to gain by taking her and not having her alive to get what they want? They ain't going to get no money. No one's going to send ransom money to if you can't prove, life. But I won't keep you, but that was just my thought. I honestly feel that this guy that walks up to the camera is cover up. Because if you're scoping an area out, you're going to see a camera. You're going to be prepared. You're not going to come there and say, oh, there's a camera. Let me go back here and see what I can get to cover it up. You're going to come prepared to cover it up or remove it. I have a Nest Cam. They're easy to remove. They're easy. You would not have had to cover it up. You could have just slid it up, popped it out.
Yeah. I mean, I think if he went through the back, he wouldn't even have to walk in front of the Ring camera. He could have just opened the door, reached out, and snatched it off. That's what I always think when it comes to that part. But
Yep. And I just think that, they sent this guy to, you be here at such and such time. I want you to make sure that there's nothing left behind. We're going to leave the front door unlocked. Because if you're scoping a place out, the number one thing anybody's going to look for is cameras. Where can I go in at? The back.
Point. Yeah. Yeah.
But we're going to make everybody think we come in the front, because I'm going to have him be shown on camera here in a minute.
Yeah.
That's my theory. But, I mean, everybody has them.
It's a good theory.
But you have a good night. Keep doing what you're doing. And if you do go out to speak to people, please be careful.
I will. I appreciate that. I definitely
And you're
will.
doing a great job. Very respectful. That's what I like about you. You're very, very respectful. You can get on your live and not hear all that crazy talking, cussing. I think you are a very respectful person, and you're going to go far in your true crime career.
Oh, I appreciate that a lot. That means a lot.
You're good. And have a good day. Well, morning on your half, because you're on the West Coast. Early mornings. You have a good one, and I don't want to keep rambling. There's plenty of people that want to call in, but that's my theory.
Yeah, you're all right. Well, I appreciate you sharing your theory, and don't hesitate to call me again. I'm always here.
All righty. Have a good one.
You too. Much
Bye-bye.
love. Well, shouts to her calling in. It was a wonderful call in. That's an interesting theory, guys. I don't know. Because I go back and forth with the stage. I mean, this whole case has got us running in loops, guys. It's tough. Mr. Juice. Hello? Really? Interesting. They just hung up on me. That's how they feel, huh? Somebody wrote something and I missed it. They hung up again. Somebody said something of mentioning if I'm aware of something. I must have missed it. I think that the chat on my screen is like slow and it's just having it's just taking forever to catch up. Let me see if I can see it on screen here. Oh, there it is. It says, Troy, are you aware of the sheriff and Tucson police serving papers to prevent this man from going to parks? He has been posting on Facebook photos of changes in the park, Tucson, has the guy's name. Are you talking about the white gentleman that spoke out and they were telling him not to say any information online or something like that? I think I know what you're talking about. Interesting. I think that's what somebody was trying to say earlier. I missed out. It was way a long time ago. Juice equal, you get the $1.2 million for doing the legwork and getting the lead to present to the FBI for a catch. Wouldn't that be amazing? When Chris said to take the porch guy's pick, that's exactly what he means. Would also take video of his movement. Chris believes someone in that hood park will know who it is for $1.2 million. I think he thinks that there's a possibility for sure. Without a doubt, I think he thinks there's a really big possibility that it could lead up to that. You know, I think his thing is, you know, you never know. But who knows, guys? Who knows? You never know what you could come up with, you know, boots on the ground, trying to figure out. You never really know what you could come up with, you know, going boots on the ground and trying to dig up any little bit of information. You never know. I don't even, I'm not even going to say that, you know what, I won't even say that. But you just never know. You never know what you're going to come up with. You know, it might not be $1 million, but it might lead us to something else, you know, and I think that would be the goal for me, is not simply just, you know, getting, you know, a chance at $1 million. It would be more so just trying to crack this case for the most part. You know, that's more important to me than simply the money. You know, of course, we all want to crack this case regardless in some way, you know, but just getting further in this case would mean a whole lot to me. And, you know, I think Chris was right. You know, that could be a good opportunity to do that. Somebody sent me a picture of the guy who was told not to like talk or say things or something like that, and I was trying to find it. Hey Lee, by the way, thanks so much for the $2 super chat earlier. I did see that a second ago. I was ranting away on the phone here, so I didn't get a chance to thank you for that. I was gonna try to pull it up here too. Lee says Ted mentioned Nancy's estate is on sale. Really? I don't know if that's true though. But that's crazy. But I think we'll print up some pictures, guys, and we'll go out there. I've got photos of the backpack. I've already got photos of the actual, you know, perp. I think we got all the pictures we need. We just got to put them on paper, make sure they're colored, obviously, and then, you know, print them out. I think we missed a call. Get an LLC and get business insurance. Huh. I don't know why they're saying get an LLC. I guess I'll message that person later. I'm gonna give this phone this number a call back, and we'll make this the last call tonight. Oh, they probably don't want to talk anymore. They answered and hung up. All right, well we'll end it on that note as far as the calls. Pay attention to how Chris stated. Pay attention to how Chris stated he stood in front of Nancy's house. Hold on. Hey, thanks for the jewels, by the way. So someone says, pay attention. Why did that? Okay, I gotta pull this back up. Me apologies, guys. Was June trying to say something? I will try to do better made in the dark. What happened? June, did I miss one of your comments? They can't sell that house until death certificate. That is 5 to 7 years. Yeah, I don't overthink it. When people say like, hey, well, they're trying to get you guys out of there so they can get that house ready to be sold or something like that, I'm not buying that, guys. Not at all. Nor am I thinking that they're trying to get us out of there so they could do something like get a worker in there to prepare it to be sold. Not buying it. The only reason why I would think that they would try to get us out of there, if I were to think that was believable, would be for them to just, for law enforcement to be involved, and they want to, move a body. Perhaps Nancy's body is there, or the family has such a good relationship with Nanos, it's not even funny, and he's going to do whatever they want to, get the media out of there. But none of that just sounds like it would line up. But who knows? Was June trying to say something to me or something? June, screenshot. No juice, it's all good. What'd I miss? I must have missed something. It's all good. You guys can use caps. I don't mind caps. Yeah, caps is not a rule. They can't sell that house until some. Yeah, somebody used caps just a second ago. I think people use caps all the time, but I don't mind caps at all. Take a notebook and pen. Bring Tucson or Nick. One stream. Bring some goodies and water. Do one park a day. Yeah, I don't even know if. See, the thing for me is I don't know if I'd be able to cover like bringing stuff every day, but I think a couple of days out of the week I could definitely gather a bunch of stuff, get like not a table, but and that's going to be the hard part, walking around the park. And then it would be good to have a person with me so that way like we could keep an eye on the stuff, for wherever we set up at, if I set up, but I would like to bring enough stuff to give out to the homeless. You know what I mean? Maybe like get like 4 pizzas for like $25 at a Little Caesars. Grab some plates, maybe feed the folks out there. And just obviously get a bunch of waters. That would be good, man. I've always liked to do something like that. But I want to make sure, when I go out there, it's effective, But I guess I won't be able to get routine to doing something and get better at it until I'm actually doing it. That's going to be the challenging part, is making sure that I'm talking to these people, like, or sharing the right information with them to dig up something. Maybe just water. Yeah, maybe we'll just start with water for now. What was that guy's name on Facebook? I wanted to pull that up because I never showed you guys that. And somebody sent me that in an email the other day of the guy that was told he wasn't allowed to say anything or anything like that. Somebody said that I think in chat that there was a guy that was told he's not allowed. So I think they were mentioning he was going to homeless parks or something like that. Yeah, no, we're not gonna set up Joy Bud. That would be a bad idea. Plus, I don't want to have to watch my stuff, but I would have to have something to carry my waters in. And I gotta bring my ice chest. I gotta have something to drink myself. But I would make sure that I could stay close to it, obviously, but no, we won't be able to bring that. We just won't be able to bring that. Yeah. We just won't be able to bring that. We'll just have to walk around for a couple hours. I sure did go figure. Thanks for putting that out there. Yeah, I definitely had a decent day for sure. Give homeless juice boxes. Hey, David, now hey, don't tell them the secret now. Don't tell them the secret. Think it over. Yeah, well, we got some time to give it some thought. I think we'll take a stab at it this week sometime. Maybe the end of the week. Because we gotta print up some pictures and stuff, so maybe we'll take a stab at it at the end of the week. I think that'll be a good idea. Maybe it wouldn't be a good idea to wear my Nancy shirt either, because then they'll kind of get the drift. That sucks. I really wanted to wear that thing. Nick is gonna go? Nice. So I'm thinking tomorrow I'll go out somewhere and I'll print out some photos. Yeah, some people don't eat at all. Good point, Brianna. Some of the homeless do not eat. That's a good point. June, were you trying to reach out to me through email? Were you trying to get the email address or something like that? I hate to miss chats. Cynthia says, not until after court. I'm serious. What? Be safe out there, Jude. Seriously. Court is until the 17th. It's gonna be a while until not only that, guys, I'm realizing too that I'm not going to combine because I have 2 charges, right? So I'm not going to combine them. I'm learning that combining them is going to be not good. We're not going to get into all that, but so I'm going to have to go to both different ones or both individually, which is going to suck. But that means I'm going to have the lawyer represent me 2 different times, which changes things. But look it up. Take a look, you guys, yourself, and just look it up yourself. Is it if you have 2 cases or if you have 2, just look that up for me. If you got 2 different cases, is it good to combine them or to take care of them separately? And you'll understand why I shouldn't combine them. But yeah, so I'm just trying to figure this all out, but it's going to be a headache. Now people want to call in all of a sudden, huh? We got to start streaming a little earlier. Maybe tomorrow we'll have an earlier stream. That way we could get more active with folks calling, and a lot of people are asleep during this time. So, I mean, 1,000 people at this time of the night is kind of crazy to me, but maybe we'll get more active with a little bit earlier streams. But anyways, guys, I got work in 3 hours. It was a pleasure having you guys all tuning in tonight and being a part of the channel tonight, and having everybody's company chiming in the chat and reaching out and calling, and the love and support has always been real. It continues to be real. We continue to grow, and I'm forever grateful of all you guys continuing to support me every step of the way, man. It's a blessing. It really is. I am going to take my butt on to bed, and I will see you guys all tomorrow night. I look forward to an earlier stream tomorrow. We're not going to go live this late. If I don't see you guys tomorrow, we'll see you on Tuesday, though. I guess I'll update you guys on X if I don't go live tomorrow. Because I'm starting to get worried that I really need to get my stuff together for all this crap that's going on. So hope you guys had a wonderful Father's Day. Hope you guys have a great start to your Monday, because you know how Mondays are. God bless you guys all. And it was a pleasure, guys. Much, much love. I'll see you guys in the next one, guys. It's your boy, the Juice. Goodbye for now, folks.
Yeah. We won't bow down. Yeah. Yeah. They shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feed will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one, the voices rise to the heart. Keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down, 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 down. shut the gate too fast. Call it peace, call it class. But I see who they wave through, and I see who they ask to move. Porch lights on the same old block, same old story, same old talk. If your skin says you don't belong, they can make a wrong look strong. But the fences don't define us, and the fear they feel will blind us. Every face they try to hide still stands right here tonight. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Names get tossed like stones from a driveway built on loans. They pointed brown hands first, then pretend they don't rehearse. But the steps on every street carry more than whitewashed dreams. We belong where we stand, no permission in our hands. Yeah, and the silence won't protect you when the pattern keeps on showing. Every wall they build in pride makes the truth come back alive. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Let it crack, let it show. Every lie they try to grow, one by one the voices rise till the whole thing can't disguise. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. We know what that is about. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't bow down. Keep us out, keep us out, keep us out. Your fear won't right the route. Keep us out, keep us out. We won't Rest in peace. I was a black man walking. They say so every night. I hit the streets all up on Sue Ellen's easement. So every night I pray that I don't have to urinate. I think I may have drank too much liquids, bladder filled to the max. Don't know how much longer I can hold it. Pressure building up. Posted up on the corner all day. Anyway, every way, like hey, I feel the pain back. Simmering in my brain, the thoughts and sounds of waterfalls got me about to lose control. Neighborhood watch on my mind. With Sue Ellen, who's at the helm. I'm out here riding solo and on my own. Nobody to keep lookout or distract her, so I can complete operation. Go anywhere but my pants. This is gonna be a mission impossible, getting rid of liquid gold. I'm about to lose control. Starting to do the ants in my pants dance, praying that it goes away. But all I can hear and see is streams, rivers and raging water. It's the devil trying to break the seal. I see the porta potty out of the corner of my eye, about 6 or 7 houses down. Hope it's not occupied, or I'm a riot. Cause it's AZ every day, all day, till the day I die. I'm creeping through your set with a mini pack of H2O along with liquid IV to hydrate. Feeling uncomfortable, I'm now en route. Please pray I don't feel the warmth run down my leg. Please, Lord, I'm on my way. Rest in peace. Call me agent 00, drank too much juice. Thank God I didn't have any prune juice, so I'll have to take a deuce. Shout out to the foreman of the construction crew. Up the street said feel free to use anytime. The home is unoccupied at this time. Just don't get caught going outside. And the new description of the porch guy would be a black guy with one eye. Rest in peace. Can no longer hold it, I'm halfway there. Speed, walking like I was at Disneyland, headed to my favorite ride. Barely made it up inside, ready to take aim. Had closed my eyes in relief, I think I broke the world record for longest release. Filled it to the brim, as I open my eyes, I see in disbelief. All the graffiti on the wall along political hate, and the typical call this number for good time. But there's one that caught my eye and read like this. Have you seen Brian Guthrie or know his number? Please, please message me. Here's my number. Instagram handle